Alright, we are live and nationwide. Here we go. Well, that was the trade route. Let's travel back to camp. We have changed all the graphics on here, so we really want to see if it makes much of a difference. Might have to adjust it a little bit still. I hope you're having a great day. We will get these settings set up. And I ask that if you're interested in the reading, just post in the channel that you're interested, and I will definitely do a reading. As long as we're not in the middle of something that is deadly, like being attacked by, say, an alligator, or on a trade route. What's out there? It has come to my attention there is absolutely no setting in this game that makes you better at any of this. That's not true. That's not true. Actually, free aim makes you much better. So, let's see. Let's check and see if we've got our bots working. Try this one. Let's pick you up. Let's just pick you up and bring you in. We can do that. Here we go. Off to camp. Come here, pony. That's interesting. It did not show up. It did not save. Alright. Alright, we'll do it again. That's bad. Alright, okay, let's put this on the pony and get that setting fixed up. Trade route really does help get a few of the goods going here. You know, it helps with about, oh, well, exactly, if everything goes right, it helps with 18% of your trade route. So if you do it twice a day, that's 36% of your trade route. So I try and do them. Well, you can even do them 3 times a day if you're that dedicated, but I'm not staying up till some 2 o'clock in the morning or something to do that. That's, I mean, there's dedication and then there's just plain silliness. Alright, why you're not showing me these wolves? I mean coyotes, not wolves. Coyotes. There they are. There we go. Alright, it is halted, so I guess we'd best start that back up. Off you go. We'll just order then, that's easier. Alright, there's one we're going to cross over there. There it is. Alright, that's what we did. Alright, we edited that. Okay, here we go. Put you into Nightbot. That's not going to paste you in. There we go, and submit that. Okay, cool down, everyone. Good enough. All right. So now if I go in there, let's try it again. See if that works. Trying to get all of the commands copied over. And we're going to make this full screen. Oh, that's not bad at all. Those graphics are coming out just fine. So we'll head back over there. I do this more for the learning than I do because where is that? There it is. There's just so much to learn. So very much. I love it. So let's, come on, there we go. Zoom that in just a little bit more. And apply, okay. There we go, that's a little better. Do that a bit better. You know, I think we could even turn those lights on there. I might have to just stop that for a second. Let's see if we put that onto... Oh no, I know what we have to do with it. We got to slide down here. So we'll just turn that off for 1 second. Put that over there and see if we add a little light to the situation, how that works. Alright, let's put that back on there. Zoom it in a little more. Bit more zoom. And pan it a tiny bit. Alright, I think we got it. Oh, I think we've got it. I do. Still has to zoom a tiny bit more. Just a bit more. There we go. And let's make that a 4. See what difference that does. Alright, there we go. We'll put that back in there. Alright, that's zoomed right in there. Perfect. Alright. So what I'm watching for is to see if I get any deterioration in the quality here, because I put all the graphics up. Oh, you know what we're going to do is take some of the sound down so I don't get any complaints about how I'm too quiet. It's not me, I'm not quiet, it's the dialogue, that's what it is. His dialogue is loud. So, tiny little bit of sound. Oh, that music is too much, so we'll take that off and just leave the sound there. Alright, even the dialogue doesn't have to be that loud. Oh, I think this works. Alright, I can even read the words on that screen, so that works too. Alright. Is that the little pigs over there, or what is it? More birds. Wild boar. The shots are very loud, aren't they? Indeed. Alright, there's our 3 little piggies, I guess. Off to market they go. Alright, we'll take this down a little bit. Alright, there we go. So if you would like, oh, we have to change that. I didn't change that, darn it. I mean, I did, and then I must not have moved it over. It's a bit frustrating right now. I'm trying to move my mouse. We have lost control of the mouse. Here, where are you? There it is. It must just be taking every little bit. There we go. All right, we got the mouse back. Let's go change that so it's not saying Star Stable. We needed to say Red Dead Redemption. There we go. All fixed. All right, we're good to go. Back over to the game we go. Come on, pony. I guess we might as well just run over there since he's closer to the other one that has to be skinned. There we go. All right, out of there. That was a nice little silhouette there, but keep it moving, keep it moving. I'm getting used to having the two mice here now. All right, I'm taking a long time to pick up these pigs, but I'm doing the editing too. So look, cut me a little slack. That's okay. This is so hard not to pick up the wrong mouse with it now beside there. That's what's doing it. I keep going to the wrong place to type now that I moved everything around. So anybody who would like a reading, just stop in. We're happy to have you. Oops, you guys are going to take off. Let's get you. Not you. You? How are you getting up there so fast? Look at that. He was up in the air before I could say lickety-split. And we're going to shoot that alligator, but not until we've got all these guys who just flew away. Where'd you all get to? Look at you thinking you're going to get away there, hiding straight there in the water. I don't really want him that badly. Oh, well then run away. Be that way. That's that little sparrow. So what do you think now of the quality? I'm noticing a difference. I just ramped everything. Everything's at the top. We've got the shadows. We've got every little bit of light. Every little bit of color that they can have in there. Oh, let's put that up. I didn't realize that our flag was down. All right, let's put you guys in there. It is indeed. Thanks, Scripts, for noticing. All right, we'll get some of this and then we'll go put that flag up. That, I don't know what it is, maybe like a truce. Flag, yeah, protection, so people don't come and do anything bad, because that stops them. Yeah. Doesn't stop the modders. All right, what else do we have? I hear some geese or something. There we go. All right, let's get you guys. All right. Got those done. Let's put a little health on there. So where are our goods at? I didn't look to see. Welcome, Mr. Yoda. Good to see you. Donuts, you say? That's where I gotta put this one. I did add this one too, not that we have any of it, but I thought that Mr. Yoda, you might appreciate this. How's that? I thought you would like that, Mr. Yoda. So I'm kind of liking the new graphics. They're like pretty awesome, I'd have to say. Pretty clear. What do we have to get done for our dailies? We did not go and look and see what we had there. Bibole. Oh, let's cook some seasoned crustacean. Always a good reason for heading. Oh, let's get those guys if they. Oh, look at he just ducked in there so fast. Not you, though. No, sir, you were not as fast. I hear you crying there now. Sorry about that one. Alright, he's gonna drop, so I better go get him. Come on, pony, come help with this. Let's put him out of his misery. Yeah, I think the graphics are better. I really do. So we added as many of the settings to Nightbot. What I noticed is that the Streamlabs bot decided to head over to Twitch. So it's protecting the Twitch stream. And then we've got the Nightbot here on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. I should put that in and put it to the top there. So it's always there. And just pin it to the top. There we go. Oh, I was going to edit that, wasn't I? Let's remove that. We were going to say, when we put that in there, a reminder not to post your questions in the main. Alright, there we go. We'll change that about. We'll fix that up. There's our card. We'll do it again. I thought you would enjoy the pizza. Alright, put that one in there again and do that pinning again. There we go. replaced. All right, so we've got that sorted out. All right, excelento. So we're at 66. We've got a little ways to go, but we are going to get a few of our dailies. We're going to go and cook up some seasoned crustacean. All right, just need one, I think. I think, just one. All right, let's do that. Here we go. Away from there, I think that's it. I don't think we needed more than one. Perfect. Oh, Pop, you look so sad. Did you need a pat? Let's come over and give you a pat. I was streaming Star Stable earlier, and I was saying, you know, some of the beautiful things that are in that game, the fun, kind, gentle things, I miss them when I come in here. You can make this a kind game as long as you play it the way you want to play it. But you have to be prepared to really let go and not be too concerned if you're not. If people aren't jumping up and down to welcome you. One of the things that I'm a little concerned about is I watch the news and I hear about all the things that are happening. I'm afraid that we're heading back to the Dark Ages again. What? You're not clean. We need to clean you. Let's go. Let's do some maintenance on that. Yes, it had no condition. Look at that. There we go. All done. I gotta try that one. This is another command that I really wanted to add in. Really makes me, because of the... Let's see if that's gonna come out. Oh, that needs to be changed. Oh, I see. We have to change that. I thought I had it. Oh, I did in here. Oh, there's so much to keep up on. So much to do. So much to learn. But that one is going to be on customization. There we go. I hit edit. There we go. All right, I know what we're going to do. That works a little better. All right, let's see how that looks now. Can leave there while we're doing that and go get our ducks in fire while she's doing that. So I am getting some of this figured out. I really am, and having fun with it. Enjoying having people come in to visit. All right, there, that works better, having it say in-game stream. There we go. So I've got it set at the 1080, and it seems to be coming across just fine in the HD. Let me know if you have any problems or you're noticing anything. She seems pretty clear, I'd have to say. I noticed that, you know, one of the things I notice is that depending on your own screen, it sure makes a difference. Like I have 4 different monitors in here and they all show the color differently, quite a bit differently. Oh, let's turn that little deer in. I forgot about that. Oh, I got the feathers too. I forgot about those. Keeping up, we are. Oh, that's fast. He's moving really fast. All right. I don't know if that'll work. I'm gonna watch this and see what happens. Because I've got it speeded up. I just doubled the playback speed. So I want to see how close it is. Because I think we can get rid of some of the lag there. We'll see now. Yeah, I'm like about 3 seconds difference instead of like the half day that it used to be. Okay, not quite half day, but it was a long time it took. All right, that's what I left there. Oh, do we need to help you out there? All right, there you go. What is that? That's a carcass. All right, I'm going to put this as big as we can get it on the screen here now. Oh, so there's not much lag now at all. That's way faster. All right, you seem a little concerned. Is it about that big old alligator over on the other side there? You have very good reason to be concerned. Little biters. Haven't died by alligator for like a whole... Oh, I shouldn't have ran over him, but now we get 2 of yous. Let's see what condition you're in now. He's still he's a 2 still. That's okay. We'll put him on there on the little guy. So have any of you ever been attacked by the small alligators? I'm just asking because I'm thinking, I've never been like attacked. The horse is scared of them, but I've never actually been attacked by them. Oh, look at that. Now it's not very happy. It slowed itself down. All right, so let's go back and see what we can do different with that. Normal play. Okay, so it put it back to normal playback speed. I don't know what annotations are. All right, well, I guess it didn't like that double speed. All right, Pony, we're both going to head back this way, so let's go do this. Try not to get eaten or knocked down by a boar. So that did not come up, so it's not working. Let's check and see if I've spelled that incorrectly. Oh, right, okay. We're going to change that because... Oops. That's what I've been doing wrong. I've been spelling it wrong. Gotta get it right. Do it again. All right, now it'll give it to us. We do try to keep this as safe as we can for kids because I do swap back and forth in the... Let's just grab him since we're right here. Oh, yes. We're almost there. Come on. So we got the technical logisticals dealt with. Oh, I hear a madam right over there. Okay, we'll have to head over there. Come on, pony, keep up. Looks like an owl or bat up there, I'm not sure. That light is just too bright over there. What do I do to sort of dim that down a little, I wonder? Turn that guy and that guy in. Couple of teeth. Okay, got that one done. Oh, look at how many are out there. There is a player bounty that I have no intention of going after. There's an entire award for that, and I am never going to get it. I don't. Hello, Jessica. How are you? Would you like a reading? It's a beautiful day. We've just been loving the sunshine that we're getting this fall. Here is the deck that we have going on. Let's move over to our card table. So this is the deck that we have. It is called Crystal Visions Tarot. Let's give her a good shuffle before we get into her. One of US Game Systems card decks. It's actually kind of a collector as well. A lot of people wouldn't use this one to do their readings, but I have about 100 decks, so I use the ones I like. I'm not going to wear them out anytime soon. Just let me know if you want a reading. Alright, we will cut the deck here for Jessica. And the top card is going to be in regards to your past. So you have the Ten of Wands in your past. For now you have the Four of Pentacles. And the card for the immediate future would be the Knight of Pentacles. So let's read up about those. Alright, with the Ten of Wands, we are dealing with burdens, feeling overloaded and struggling to make it. One person has taken on more than his share of work. The Ten of Wands deals with a workaholic mentality or someone who feels they are constantly forced to do things the hard way. It's a card of resistance and fighting an uphill battle. The character in this card sits upon a horse that is strong, yet the hunter and all of his belongings are too much for the horse to carry uphill with the hot sun bearing down upon them. So that's what you've been having in the past. Hi, brave Kratos, how are you? So that Ten of Wands card is the past. It's thinking that you're overburdened or overloaded and struggling to make it. But your Four of Pentacles is for now, so we're going to move into that. With the Four of Pentacles, you've got more of a desire to maintain control and hang on to your possessions. Careful planning and wise spending are virtues, however, there's a danger of being too possessive and controlling. The character portrayed here is smug about the prosperity she's earned, unwilling to share, and she would rather be alone with her belongings than risk losing them. So a little bit of a focus on, a little bit too much focus on materialism and keeping what you have. The Knight of Pentacles, however, moves into even more caution and thorough, thoughtful, and hard-working. The Knight of Pentacles is cautious. He can be stubborn, though, with an all-work and no-play attitude. Although the least romantic of the knights, his stability and reliability make him a loyal and trustworthy partner. The knight rides through the woods on horseback, keenly aware of his surroundings. He carries no weapons, only a staff to keep his horse on the path. So there's what you have for the future, Jessica, with your reading. It really does look a lot like you're working really hard. A few of you, it looks sort of like it brings in both energies, male and female, when it talks, though, about the sort of the holding on to materialism. And that seems to be a bit of a burden. And just thinking that, there might be a need to adjust a bit of the focus without, there's just, you've got some of that Knight of Pentacles there. You've got a little bit of the holding on to things and needing to try very hard not to tell people that they shouldn't worry about possessions, especially in a time here where things are just so up in the air. If you watch the news, there's just nothing positive in the news anymore, so I'm trying a little bit to keep a better focus. And ooh, barbecue chicken. Nom, nom, nom. Ah, you gotta like that. Alright, so we have been working on on some of the graphics in this game here, especially with the PC, and I'm pretty happy. We're getting a pretty sharp clarity. I know a lot of people won't have 4K capacity, but I'm trying to give it the best I can. Alright, let's go see what dailies we have yet to do here. I'm glad that resonates, Jessica. I know right now with the way things are, times are weird, and sometimes people, when things are really stressful, they hold on to work as tightly as possible, and I don't know, I have this terrible feeling that we're heading almost back to the Dark Ages. I wouldn't have said that, except you look at what's happening with some of the women's rights and the things that are happening, not just here, but around the world. Like if you're micro-focused, you'll only notice your own little area, but if you pay attention to what's going on in the world, this loss of rights isn't just here, it's becoming almost worldwide. So, oh, you're very welcome, Jessica. Anytime you come back, every time we stream, anyone who comes in is welcome for a reading. Part of my trying to give back in a time where things are just full out crazy. That's all I can say. Where are we at? I don't think I have any Baybole, but we can do the fishing with live bait. That would be fun. Let's visit a shop in Santony real quick here. The call to arms. Those probably make really good streams, Brave Kratos. Hello, hello. You have to tell me how to say your name again, because I look at it and I just sort of want to go, wah, 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 because I don't have any words or any letters to put in for them. Not meaning to laugh. That is not at all aimed at you. It's aimed at my own ignorance, I guess. I do not know how to say your name. If you give me a reminder. It's what do they call it? Old-timers disease? It's part of being an old person. Okay, that's right. We were going to go to Saint Denis, a shop in Saint Denis, so we should be able to go straight to the probably the butcher's table is the closest we could get to one of the shops. I would love to join you with the call to arms if I hadn't just switched over to PC. I was doing the PS4 and I just realized how much running two of those, the PS4 Pro and the Slim in the same room, it heats the room up quite a bit. So I'm guessing I'll do a little bit more of the PC just because it doesn't quite warm things up. Once we get away from having to do any air conditioning, I was going to say bar, but I remember the bar, but I just couldn't remember. Barabin. Nikita. All right, Nikita. I will do a reading for you. We'll get over to the butcher's table. Let's just get over there and get her out of the way so she can't get killed here. Yeah, just the only thing is just for people to be able to say it. Otherwise, if people know the language, it's perfect. Just for people who are like us, poor ignorant Westerners who don't know as many languages as so many other countries. I'm so ashamed of our ignorance sometimes. I did start to learn the Arabic alphabet. My brain can't wrap around it. I think you have to learn languages when you're younger. It gets so much harder when the brain is kind of used to its own way of doing things. I know that if you learn a couple different languages, especially when you do immersion, it really helps with your mathematics and other things. I put my son in French immersion. There we go. We got that. All right, so we're going to put her in here and we'll do a reading for you. Nikita, I'll try and remember that. Here we go. So we're going to give these guys a quick shuffle. We're using the Crystal Visions Tarot. It's a really, really gentle deck. Not quite like that red deck of the bastard. Wow, that one. I mean, you can do reversals on any of them, but yeah, imagine, so many of us, if only we had a better way to communicate. Imagine if we used honesty, like, I've always thought, this is a bit, out there, but I've always thought that language was not designed to communicate. It was designed to miscommunicate. Because if you use gestures, like if you watch a horse never lies to you. It tells you, it warns you, it puts its ears back. If it puts its ears back and another horse doesn't pay attention, it bounces its butt up in the air a little bit to say, I could kick you if you don't stop. And then if the horse really doesn't listen, she just flat out kicks the other horse. And that's truth. That's true speak. Animals rarely lie, but humans, if you watch their gestures and their mannerism and their body, they usually don't lie. But humans have become the best liars of all the creatures on this earth. So we've already cut the deck, and now we're going to switch as much as I can into positive frame. La 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 la. Here we go. All right, this is for Nikita. We've done the cut. The first card here is for your past. You have the 9 of Cups. And for your right now, you have the 9 or the 10 of Wands. Look at that one coming back into the reading. I swear that the 10 of Wands has been in, I don't care what deck I use. Every time, the 10 of Wands and the 10 of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles have been coming back up all the time. So something is going on. Oh, we have the Queen of Cups. All right, so this is an awesome reading. I'm glad I can give you a good reading here, Nikita. All right, so let's grab this for some guidance. All right, 9 of Cups. Most of the cups, they're almost always dealing with sort of the emotions. They're the emotional cards in the deck. Let's get up there. Alright, so we've got the Nine of Cups, and with the Nine of Cups, you traditionally, it's the wish card. The Nine of Cups represents achieving goals and having your dreams come true. Once a wish is granted, however, what you wish for may no longer be what you need or desire. This card also cautions that what you put out into the universe, you get back. The figure portrayed in this card sits contentedly in a cove making a wish. As the dandelion's fluff spirals around her toward the full moon, she is confident that her wishes will soon be granted. So you've been making wishes in the past, and it looks like you may be getting what you wanted. And the Ten of Wands now is for right now. So let's head over to the Ten of Wands. With the Ten of Wands, you're again feeling burdened. This is what I was saying. Everybody seems to be getting it right now. They're being overloaded and struggling to make it. One person has taken on more than his share of work. The Ten of Wands deals with a workaholic mentality, or someone who feels they are constantly forced to do things the hard way. It's a card of resistance and fighting an uphill battle. The character in this card sits upon a horse that is strong, yet the hunter and all of his belongings are too much for the horse to carry uphill. Excuse me, I had to cough there. And the hot sun is beating down on both of them. So you've gotten your wish granted here, but it might not have actually, brought the things that you wanted. It might not have brought you to where you thought you were going to be, because you're now at the Ten of Wands, and you're feeling a bit overburdened, like it's just a little bit too much. And now you've got the Queen of Cups, which I loved. I love to end a reading with the Queen of Cups. There we go. So the Queen of Cups is a warm and sensitive, and she's highly emotional. She's gentle, a nurturer. She's very empathetic and a caregiver. The Queen of Cups is loved by all, as she's always honest and fair. She's a poetic dreamer, a warm and loving spouse, and a compassionate mother to all. The Queen of Cups sits upon a rock in an inlet under the light of the full moon, surrounded by water, lilies, and dragonflies. In her left hand, she holds a cup, and in her right hand, a trident staff. So she's about nurturing everything. If you think of a mother, sort of a, not so much mother, but a nurturer, caregiver with empathy, honesty, and fairness. Very much the poet. That would be your final outcome card. So I love it. So I hope that helps. You've got, even though you've thought you came to the place that you wanted to be, and you're having a little bit of a struggle with it now, you're moving on, and you're still, I have no idea what's banging around there in the background. I gotta go. There you go. I hope that helped, Nikita. Alright, let's go see what's bashing it. Could be my horse. Could be somebody else over there banging, doing things. It's not my horse. My horse is standing peacefully over there. Alright. There's a good chance I'm going to get blasted here as I'm running towards the travel. Oh, I know what we can do here. This is an easy one. Let's do this. Alright, so we've got someone heading over here at a fast pace. It usually means they were coming to kill you, but they're flying right past. So we'll call that good. Someone else is in here hanging out. Do I have anything here that I can... Nope. We're going to hang on to that. I do hope that that you're able to understand when I'm speaking. I know the quietness makes it a little harder, but I'm also aware there's a lot of people who think if a person doesn't know their language, all they have to do is speak louder, and that's going to make a difference, and it doesn't. Alright, so where were we going to head? We were going to go over here. I'm not coming in their direction, but we'll watch and see. It doesn't look like they're coming back here. They're taking off. Okay. I don't want to get into any battles with people. But what I do want to do is look and see what else we have in here. Heirlooms. What's happening at the Moonshine Shack? Play 2 minutes with the band. Yeah, that's my concern too, Nikita. Um, you know, I just heard that all the religious leaders from all faiths got together and they're all praying together. They've started a non-stop prayer ritual to try and pray for peace. And that is probably one of the most devastating things that I've ever heard. Not that they're getting together. I'm really happy to hear that. But whenever they all come together, it usually means that they're so far now past believing that things are going to be peaceful that they will go to any lengths whatsoever to try and stop. All that's going to happen if we go to war is that a lot of young people who, you know, had all kinds of hopes and dreams, they're not going to come home. And that's heartbreaking because you can't come back from there, right? It breaks everybody. And, you know, the only people who benefit are the people who sell the metal or sell whatever's needed for the war. This is really loud. I'm just noticing the sounds are loud. I'm going to go in here and see if I can adjust those settings so they're not so loud. I hope you keep safe, Nikita. Of all the things, that's what I hope for everyone, is that they keep safe. There, we took that rain out because that was really, really very loud in the back. We won't hear anything from them all now, but still. Alright, we were going to mark where that fast travel is before we go out of here. We're not far, but I can never remember if I'm supposed to go to my left or my right when I come out of here. Yeah, there's no winners in war. Only the rich get richer and the poor's young children die. That's it. The young poor people go off to war and the rich get rich off of it. They still traveled all through World War II. The rich still traveled around on their luxury. They were just really disappointed that they couldn't do some of the traveling that they wanted to do. They just seemed like, you know, they were a little bit put out, whereas other people were losing their children. And the rich, you know, they train and become commanders that sit in safe places sometimes, and that makes me sad. It's always been that way, though. You know, that's one of the things about humanity, is that it really doesn't change very much. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Look back, look at what was going on in the times of Egypt. You know, I think in some ways in the times of Egypt they had it better, because at least I don't think people realize that being a slave back in those days meant that you got fed. There's people who are working 3 jobs and still don't have enough to put on the table for their family. And then, you know, when people are sad and desperate, then addictions tend to hit, and then it's worse. And I mean, it's just nothing good is going to come of war. But then nothing good comes of any. If they asked me, I'd say take away all the boundaries, make the universe or the world at least one big nation, just one nation. Just eliminate all of it. We all pay taxes to the one, you know, the one. That's how I would like to see it, but that's not going to happen. That would eliminate the rich people. It would stop them from being able to have money. And I was just watching something on the news that was saying that the enlightenment of humanity could be seen in the rise of the middle class. And about 10 years ago, I started saying to my husband, Mr. Yoda, I was saying the middle class is disappearing, because the jobs where you used to be able to get a job and have your benefits and everything else, those jobs have disappeared. Unions were destroyed. You know, big corporations took over everything. They keep people working for just barely enough. They calculate how much a person needs, and then they give them just less than that and make sure that they never make enough. And yeah, with you needing two incomes now, women aren't staying home, so the children are being raised. I mean, look at what happened when COVID hit. I mean, it used to be that one income could look after a family. It can't do that anymore. And this fellow was talking about how the young men are so disenfranchised right now. They have so little to look forward to, that's why we have the rise in this fascism, is because they don't see any hope. They don't see any answers. So instead of helping and providing with some answers and giving people what they need, the rich just keep grabbing and grabbing and grabbing. Which is why I love seeing in these tarot decks this Ten of Wands that just keeps coming up, just telling people that we can't keep being, you know, we can't keep being so materialistic. We have to start to think about the future, not just our future, but the future of the world. I mean, they're looking out in the universe to try and figure out where they should go, and the truth of it is that it just doesn't matter where we go. As long as humanity continues this pattern that it's always had, we will bring extinction upon ourselves because, you know. Well, yeah, it's the truth, eh? That's why, you know, I watched the news, I saw it, and now I'm just at a place where it's just heartbreaking. You know, I know that you know, where you are, you don't even have a choice from what we watch. You know, I don't like to push propaganda, but, you know, when you're young and you don't have any other options, and I know that it must be suffering badly under so many of the sanctions because, you know, I think I'm supposed to dance here. Let's bring the mood up. We're going to start the band up and we're going to dance. How's that sound, Nikita? I just want to see some positivity in, I think it was dancing. No, we're playing with the band. So here we go. How can you be sad when we have the banjo? So do you play any instruments? Does anyone in here play instruments? I know Voodoo's a guitar player for sure. But I've always wondered, let's put the music back on here, go into the settings so you can hear this. There we go. Start playing. Here we go. So we got 2 minutes of this. I wish she had the gothic decor. So she's not playing. There they go. There they go. When I listen to some of these little jingles in here that they have, these old songs, it just makes me think about family and home and the lovely things that used to make us bond. Even when we couldn't, you know, if you can't sing, just tap your toes, you know. Does she need to do a flourish here? So I'm noticing with these faster graphics that we're not getting as much lag. Either that or it's because it doesn't have to run through the video capture card. Here's 1 minute down. I just want to say, Nikita, if anything happens that you have to go, my thoughts and prayers will be with you as well. There's just no sides to war. It's bad for everybody. The only people who ever benefit are the rich. So I'll be thinking of you. And on to positive, happier thoughts. She needs to do another little flourish here. She might need to go get drunk to play the piano and fall off that bar stool. That's usually kind of fun. There we go. We've got our 2 minutes in. I just love this part of the game. I love how the banjo player sits behind her, scratching his ears. I mean, they've got so many of the mannerisms that we subconsciously do, we don't even know about. They've got them in this game. I quite like that. I just thought he's plugging his ears because my playing is so bad. On that note, maybe I better go out of there. I guess she figured I could play. I used to play mandolin. I mean the banjo, mandolin, they're the same fingerings. And I think I was about 8 years old, and our family used to play, and I was up on stage, and I remember people talking about, I'm really wondering if that's a modder out there, if that's what I'm hearing. No. No. Alright, back to camp we go. I wonder if we should move camp here though, because oh, we gotta put it over here. I know it won't get to my favorite spot, but we'll just take the chance and go with it. Yes, part of me just wants to just sit here and think. We're getting close. Look at this. We're getting closer to our delivery. Oh, and it's halted. Good thing I'm here. Let's do a resupply. Let's do it. Yeah. And nobody even needs to get robbed. I'm going to keep putting this in here because I'm just really aware that this is an issue in streams, so I just keep adding it. Oh, thank God it's not the... In the solo lobbies on the PS4, when you do the resupply, about 8 out of 10 times you are going to get the train. So I saw this video and I really thought, oh my God, this is true, this is really happening, this is in the news, this is not something that I'm trying to make people uncomfortable about, just trying to raise people awareness that if we're heading towards the dark times, we got to remember it wasn't just war and those sorts of things that were part of it. It brings out the lowest base of humanity that you'll ever see. So we could be heading towards some of that. And these guys, they have their machetes. So don't get macheted. It is not a good idea. Alright, let's go and loot you all now. Me too. Because I need those goods. Supplies it is, not goods, supplies. I'm looking forward to watching, Brave, watching your stream when you have the call to arms. Kind of wish I was there. I haven't done the one with the ghost train yet, and I really want to. Well, don't worry. I don't have very far to go though, so we're not in any big rush. I don't usually have any more come until after as soon as I pick up, or as soon as I try to get on the wagon, that's when they'll show up again. I think. I shouldn't say that. I've had them show up before that. Oh, there's one over there too. Let's go get that. Behind the rock, yes he is. You always gotta go check those out because they're the ones that often have the collectibles. Not always, but often. Alright, where are you going to take us? To the road. Yeah, this is a problem that's been going on with the PC, is you don't get the waypoint put there for you. So I'm sure that, you know, most people can find their way back to their camp, but I have on occasion been directionally challenged. You guys are rude, so rude. You can duck all you want, but I'm going to get you. I see you coming. There we go. We got you. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the song. It's an old song, hasn't been around for a while. It was called One Tin Soldier. And it used to just, I used to sing it a lot because it really resonated with me for some reason. And we didn't have war, so it wasn't a big deal in our time. But it really made me think, if you ever want to look up a song, go look at it. Go look it up. One Tin Soldier. How'd that work? We're on the move again. We got about 15 minutes and we'll do a run. So if anybody's looking for a reading, just go ahead and post and we'll get a reading in for you. I so love it when we see new faces. Alright, what else do we need to do here? Oh, we still need the large carcasses. We gotta get two distance today, so we're gonna head over to my favorite spot. You can get these done so fast. When you go to Emerald Station, oh, I'm not in the US. I'm actually Canadian. And people usually think we have cold weather, but I think we usually have, where I am, we usually have pretty warm weather all the time. We're similar to California here. Not as hot, but we're, you know, being coast, you know, the province I'm in is coastal, so we get a lot of the varied climates here. Like in the central part of BC, we have deserts with actual cactuses and actual rattlers, honestly. And we have some poisonous spiders. I think it's black widows that we have. But for temperature right now, I mean, I have to still use air conditioning here. So that should give you an indication. Air conditioning in the afternoon, but heating just a little bit in the morning. But here's, oh, I don't know if I put it over here. There's a, all right, we're going to fast travel over there. That's what I was going to do. Emerald Station, here we go. We need to get a wagon load of perfect sheep. I thought I was there already, but I must not have. It is. It's very similar. I was actually going to say that, and then I thought, well, one of the things is Russia and Canada are both extremely big countries. So to say what the weather is like would be quite a misnomer, because in one part of Russia you could be having snow and ice, in another part of Russia you could be having balmy, shirt off, you know, soak up the sun sort of temperatures. So here where I am, we're the sunny area, sunny, warm area of Canada. We're not even coastal, but that's what we have. We have really good weather. We usually get, like everybody else would be getting snow here in almost a month. We won't get it for at least 2 months. We're way slower to get snow. And we don't ever get temperatures that are below -20. We've never seen that here, but where I've been, other places in Canada, you could have -60 Celsius. I think at -40 Celsius and Fahrenheit are the same. I don't know what the comparison is, and I think Russia goes with Celsius as well, if I'm correct. I think most of Eurasia uses Celsius, and we're like half and half because we didn't convert to the metric system until the 70s, so wow, one sheep, that's all you're giving me? One sheep. And those guys are going to be here any minute. Alright, we're going to scoot over here and maybe they'll give us something better in the next batch. Wow. Look at this. And I'm going to get shot, and there's no good sheep. Here we go. We're going to have to take these guys out. Yeah. Alright, let's loot them and then let's head over to I think more of what our similarities are, yes, we have very similar weather, but we also are based on the fact that we have such large land mass. I think that Canada is the second largest country in the world. Second or third? Unfortunately, Canada and the rest of the West is never gonna give Russia the annexed, let's call it that. Let's be polite and call it the annexed regions that they've taken over. We're never going to count that as part of Russia's landmass. But I won't go into that. We'll keep this a nice, gentle place for open and honest conversation. No, I'm chewing on chips. I was trying to make sure not to crunch in your ears. No matter what happens, I really hope that, it breaks my heart if nature gets disrupted. I don't think that the world is ever coming back from it. I'm trying not to be depressed. I go in here and I think of things like that. But one of the things we know is that humanity was never bound to be here forever, so you really can't do much about it. If you can't do something about things, then you might as well look at it at whatever positive silver lining you can. Alright, so they're out there. I can sneak back and look in there and see if there's any other animals to pilfer. No, nothing came back. They're not going to make this easy for me today. Either way, I can't put more on the horse, so let's call in the stables. That's not going to be good. I hear a player coming in. Are we still having problems? Oh, here he comes. Well, it doesn't look like we're getting any more critters out of here. Get my wanted level ups. That's all I can do here. Why wouldn't you get out? Oh, because it's glitched again. Oh, God, really? I didn't realize this. The PC's glitched. Okay, gotcha. Oh, Rockstar, get your act together. Get your act together. We're hiding in here. Alright, now the echo shouldn't be happening, but let's see. Let's go in here. That's the chickens you're hearing. So if I go in here, we'll listen to this for a second, see what it's coming out like. I hear chickens. Alright, let me try that again without this on. No, it sounds the same. Sounds the same here as it was. Nothing in the bushes, like they actually look in the bushes. You can hide in a tall bush in here and they don't find you. I find that a little bit sad, that they make the intelligence of everyone in the lot to be so stupid. But that's part of how, I mean, it's the humorous part of Rockstar, so we just gotta like it, let it be what it is. Alright, they gotta go. Come on, away you go. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I just moved the mouse, and when I pulled it back, it shot. They still can't see me, though. That's funny. What are they doing? Can't even see them looking. Are they heading towards me? Yes, they are. Okay, so they figured out that I'm in here. I thought, you gotta shoot before they realize that you're right here. Oh, they're over there anyway. They can't see me. They're gonna come through here. All right, come on. Disappear. I didn't disappear. I didn't disappear. There, we got them. Dealt with. And then we'll get out of here so we can... Oh, actually, I'll go over and check and see if we've got any sheep in there. I just wanted to get 4 perfect sheep. What the heck? Alright, let's go down here and see if there's any critters showing up again. No, look at that. And of course, it's messed up. Oh, there was one over there. But look, it's not even bringing my horse in. This is so pathetic. Oh, Rockstar, very disappointed in you. It'd just be nice if at least part of the game worked. Like, they gave us all these trade routes that we could do. It was really wonderful, except when you can't get the animals in your wagon, it makes it really hard to try and build them up. You know what I'm saying? So we'll wait until these guys move. Once the sun comes up, there should be some animals. Alright, let's see if we can grab that sheep and make a run for it. The goat's coming in here. I've never seen that before, and he's knocking me down. Death by goat. Who knew? I wonder if I can do this while they're not looking. This is too funny. I'm going to rope this goat right here. I want to see if they can tell what's happening, because I didn't shoot. So I want to see if they come after me. That's funny. Alright, they're almost out of there. Let's just skin this guy. Alright, so he's out of there. We should be able to make a run for this here while he's not looking, but it doesn't look like I have any way to get a horse or a stable to come, or a wagon to come. So once we get up here, we'll see if we can call it. Oh, Rockstar, it would be so nice if you actually looked after your game so that it worked. Now my wagon just showed up. My wagon finally shows up when I'm like on the other side of town. Honestly though, you can hide over here and they will disappear. fix that. Turn that off. Put that back on. Oh, we were going to fix that light too. That's too bright. All right. There. That will stop the room from heating up quite so much. So let's do that. Oops, back we go. Turn you back on and over. So it's not, we don't have big light on there now. But, so let me know if the echo is still there. I don't hear it on this side when I'm streaming it and listening over here. Does not mean it's not here. Alright, let's head on out of here. Let's go back to the game. Now that we've gotten rid of the... She's still carrying that goat skin. Yes, she is. She can put that in the wagon now if it'll ever come. What's over there? I don't recall anything there. Oh, you're way over there. Look at that. That's kind of annoying. Let's go and see what's over there. See if we can pick that up. Don't you dare knock me down, you bowl, you. Let's go all the way around and grab this instead. If we're going to carry one, we might as well carry the perfect one. There we go. Pick up that goat and carry him. Since we have to make the run over there. Oh, it's my bounty wagon on top of it. Oh my god. Are you serious? That's me. So we dismiss you and call out the hunting wagon. Very, very annoying. Now, at least it's coming in the right direction. Man, come on, come on. At least it showed up fast. Not like the other one, it didn't seem to want to show up at all. But I wonder if that would have anything to do with the fact that when I'm in that chicken coop, it's almost like whatever radar I have to send out to invite does not bring in my... So I should be able to go and pick up that goat hide still, and maybe I'll even have some new animals spawn in here. Oh, we did. We've got a couple of sheep. Yes, there we go. Yeah, I didn't make any changes other than turning off my mic sometimes. I'm going to try one thing, see if this fixes it. So did that fix it? Or we will see. That might have just turned off the game audio, so I'm not sure. Trying to watch where it spikes here. Yeah, it looks like it turned off the game audio when I did that. So that's on. Test. Oh, let's try that. Get some, no, get rid of some of that feedback there. Best I can do, sound turned off. So at least I know that I've got my volume going in, but I really hope it's not got the echo anymore. Alright, sheep, you're going into our table. Oh, we got another player here. Are you trying to come out there? You can go. You're good. You cannot. You're going to stay right here. Excellent. It must have been that other one, the story, the game itself, because I turned the sound down so bad, or so much that it must have had. As soon as I muted it, it's good. He's having a little fight over there with some NPCs, I think. It always makes me laugh. This is a good game to take frustrations out, I swear. If you are frustrated, come and play this game. You can, you know, shoot a lot of NPCs. You're gonna try and knock me down, aren't you? You're a round little goat. Come on back. I got something for you. Hey, Blood, how you doing? Just about to do a goods run. Not just about, but probably about 5 minutes away. Yeah, the maple leaf is pretty interesting. A lot of people don't understand sort of the representation and where it comes from, but before the rest of Canada was part of Canada, Quebec and Ottawa were pretty much it. Not that Ottawa was anything, but Quebec was probably more developed than the rest of Canada. And so a lot of people don't realize that. They don't realize the history. No, I haven't seen the Dahmer series. Blood, is it good? You probably wouldn't have mentioned it if it wasn't good. You really think so, you little creepy little... God, I hate ignorant people. I mean, I'm in defensive. That's, you know, basically saying, oh, is that about the I'm trying to think, is it the Jeffrey Dahmer? I try not to watch some of that stuff because real life is just so, I don't know, there's enough going on in real life. I think it is based on true stories, though, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm at 99, almost done. Humanity is really, reminding me that we all rise to our own level of incompetence. Because humans are about as the worst creature out there right now. Like, I can't even think of an animal that is worse than us. I guess right now, if we aren't, I mean, I shouldn't even bring it up, but I think that there's a lot of people praying that peace comes, but I have a higher belief in evil. Not that I want evil to be there, but I mean, truth is truth, and evil has kind of taken over for the last little while. And, they talk about better angels having, some control over us at times. Not right now. I don't think that there's any better angels looking after anything, and I have not a lot of hope for where our very greedy and incompetent leaders are going to take us. And by this, I mean in every single country out there. It disgusts me to see the level of corruption that there is right now. So that's where, when there's unhappiness and people who are, suffering, and there's extremes of wealth, the poor and the rich, that's what happens. And it doesn't matter which country you look at right now, it's happening. So that makes me sad. But again, I'm going to try and be positive, and I'm going to take a look at this and say, yeah, that's how I feel exactly right now. Humans are the worst. And I don't even want to focus on it because it just makes me sad. But we're going to do a delivery here. We're going to just keep the positive because we can. All right, let me over there. Come on, play nice. Always the leaders use their poor to... I can't get my mouse back. Come on. Yeah, blood, it is. It is. I gotta tell you, it's a bit surreal because just to get things in perspective, I'm sitting in a channel with two really nice young people who are both from places where they believe in good things, and they believe in family and caring about their neighbors, and the rich and the entitled are going to destroy the entire world. And it doesn't matter where you're from. You guys will always be the ones who suffer. You guys will always be the ones sent out to do the dirty work for the rich. I'm sorry, I didn't want to be political or anything, but I'm going to let go of that. I'm going to forget about that. But I just wanted to point out how much I value that there are still good people. And then if I could get my mouse back, that would be great. There we go. We got the mouse, but yeez, there we go. All right, so we have to adjust our suspend process. There we go. And then, oops, go back in and resume process. There we go. And we should now have a solo lobby. We don't. Okay, let's try that again. It wasn't long enough. Do that again. Again, you're not going to give me my mouse. Come on. Give it back. Give me back my mouse. All right, over we go. I can't see the mouse, but I can see the results of it. There we go. I'll do this again, see if it works. There we go. We got ourselves a solo. All right, here we go. Clean my gun real quick. Come on, don't do that. And we'll house up real quick. Oh, Crips, just get out of the way. You're useless. Here we go, distance delivery. Alright, we have to mark it because in all the brokenness that we have here, the waypoints are not showing in yellow anymore, so you kind of got to go about getting creative. What was that 154? I have no idea why it gave me that. So I think we could probably just head straight this way. I used to love it when I'd get a posse and they would just start freaking out when they'd see me flying across here like this. We don't want to fall here. We want to take a round. Yeah, I mean, humanity's always been this, right? I was saying to my husband that I do believe that we are 50% good and 50% evil. We got to do this. Okay. We got to get him before we'll replace the sheep with this little guy if we can get him. All right. We're coming for you, buddy. We're coming for you. Where are you? There he is. Where are you at? Sometimes he's on the ground here as we're coming through. Come on. Don't go so far away. There we go. All right, we got you. Humanity has always been what it is. What has happened is sometimes our political structures have protected us from ourselves, but once the political structures and the churches, I mean, go away and are lessened, and there's just no safety. I said to my husband, he's atheist, or not atheist, I would say probably agnostic, but he doesn't believe in religion. And I said, well, what you have to look at is religion is what has been keeping humanity on the tracks. And I don't like when church and state are combined, but when the religion disappears and people don't have a moral compass anymore, where else would they expect us to go? Greed would be rampant, and it is. And the rich have been getting richer and richer the last 5-6 years, and the poor have been getting poorer and poorer. And a lot of the jobs, you know what? I got to try and think of something positive here, though. Positive that I just got a lovely, legendary Tatanka bison while I'm doing my delivery. Oh, I should have stayed. I'm going to have to shoot you guys now. Young men have been the fodder for the dreams of the rich since the beginning of time, since the first ape hit another ape over the head because he wanted his woman. I remember seeing, this is disturbing, but I remember once seeing video of an ape bashing in the head of a female's baby, because it wanted to have sex with her and she was holding the baby. And when I looked at that, I went, that kind of sums it up. It kind of sums it up. I mean, you wouldn't think you know, but maybe we don't even have any control of it. Maybe we are just that animalistic that I don't know why I'm going up here, but it seemed like a thing to do. Maybe we don't have the ability, and maybe it's better that humanity is wiped out, because I don't see that we bring anything good to the planet. I'm not advocating to destroy ourselves. I'm just saying that I'm not sure we've earned any right whatsoever. The bees deserve to be here. The bees deserve to be on this earth because they actually do something positive. But I'm not sure humanity brings anything to the equation, except for death and destruction, and especially of nature. I mean, you know, when people make a big joke and think that it's a big joke, that, you know, that we're getting global warming, and make jokes about how they wish it would get warmer in their area, instead of actually looking and seeing the science. And then I can understand why they don't trust the science, because what has the science done for the poor? You know? Oh, sorry. It took away your comment. I'll put it back there. It's a little on the harsh side when it comes to language. But see, that's what I hold some comfort in, is that I believe that we all come back. I believe that I'm not sure that it would be worse to come back as a tree. I think I'd like to be a tree. I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in where humanity's going, though. Not with what I've been watching with the politics. It just scares me. The justification that's being done, and they know full well what they're doing is evil and wrong, and yet they keep acting as if they're doing things good for other people. And really all it means is a lot of young men are going to die because of their greed. On all sides. On all sides. But they'll destroy a lot of the earth in the meantime. Luckily, though, the you know, as long as the insects survive, we might be okay. It might come back. One of the things that I heard said, there's a fellow that I really love to watch, and he was talking about if another type of existence formed somewhere else in the universe, what would it look like? And one of the things that they said that has been that, oh, we got a train coming. I think that's a train. I think we better get out of the way. I can't tell if that's a train or not. So she ventures forth, going, I don't know. Could be a train. Maybe, maybe not. I don't see a smokestack coming out, though, so we're going to make a run for it. History has taught us the lessons. Humanity it has such an ego that it always believes that those lessons were for other people. They don't think it's for them. They believe that the little bit that they're going to get out of it is worth it, and it's okay, and they justify it. And the people who are suffering, all right, you need to die, buddy. All of yous need to die. You and your friend. I mean, you look at this game. This game is a perfect example of it. Of how... about greed. Like, look at the whole story. Look at, you know, the name of this game is Red Dead Redemption. But the people who play it keep saying that it's about outlaws. And it's not about outlaws. It's about redemption. I mean, it could be... redemption could be about outlaws. It could be about family. It could be about, you know, anything. So it isn't a given that, you know, something about outlaws would have redemption in it. So the focus to me is about redemption. At the end, you watch and you see how Arthur tried to make better of things. He tried to, you know, fix things, but he pointed out, hello, Toya, how are you today? We're in the middle of a delivery, but when we're done, we will do a reading for you if that's what you're here for. She helped me change the topic. I like it. We don't have too far to go. We just across here and then around the corner, and then we make a run through to Quaker's Cove. across the Great Plains. Really good. It's just been so beautiful here. I'm just so thankful. We've just been so lucky. And your friend as well. Oh, we got a lot coming in here. These guys are serious about this. There we go. I'm glad I got them before the turn, though. See if we can make this turn without too much damage. This is the tricky turn in the game. It's a little bit of bashing. If you like bumper cars, you'll like it. Yeah, we've been really lucky with the weather. We haven't had too much rain, but I imagine it's about to hit us. We usually do in fall. How about in Russia? Do you get a lot of the rain in the fall before it starts to snow, or does it get dry? I would imagine it's the same as here. Although the weather patterns are changing so much, if you look at what's going on, I just wonder and worry. All right, we should probably house up here while we can, because we're going to make a run across here to Quaker's Cove, and we're almost there. These guys are brutal, this go. Brutal. You and your friends. Both of you. Gotta go. Sorry. That was a bit of a bashing there. All right, so we're going to get around this turn here. We're almost there. I'm going to stay on here until we get past this turn, and then we're just around this corner. It's been so... Oh, so I missed that. How did I do that? Don't go in there. Because I didn't have it on the follow the road. Follow the road. All right, let's do this the easy way. At least we don't have a shootout when we get in there. You sure can, blood. So we're going to get this pulled in. I'll do Toya and then I'll do blood. There we go. Goods are sold and we got a collectible here. I might even have time to do this. You're absolutely blood. So that was one of two. We'll get this collectible here. We will maybe head her over to the Moonshine Shack to hide her in there, because my solo lobby doesn't stay for very long. Okay, no solo lobby. Let's go run out there then. As soon as I get up to the top here, I should be able to fast travel and get myself in a safe spot. But yeah, I love the rain in this game. Sometimes it feels so cleansing. Oh, and that's going to be ready to go as soon as we get there. All right. So we'll do the readings and then we'll have a moonshine. Of course, it's going to glitch out on me. Let's go to the Moonshine Shack. And we'll give these guys a shuffle while we're waiting for the screen to load. So Toya, you've been waiting. I'm going to do yours first. Although blood was here first. All right, Toya, we're going to cut this deck here for you. Alright, the first card is the Knight of Pentacles. That's about your past. Your second card is the Four of Wands, and that's about the right now. And the Four of Swords. Final outcome. I think that's the first time in a while that I've had that. The Four of Swords. Alright, so the Knight of Pentacles. So with the Knight of Pentacles, he's very cautious. Let me grab my things here. There we go. Come on, come on. Make sure I don't get paused in the middle of this. Alright. So with the Knight of Pentacles, he's cautious, he's thorough, thoughtful, and hardworking. The Knight can be stubborn, with an all-work and no-play attitude. Although the least romantic of all the Knights, his stability and reliability make him loyal and a trustworthy partner. The Knight rides through the woods on horseback, keenly aware of his surroundings. He carries no weapons, only his staff, to keep his horse on the path. So that's your card for the past. That's okay. So I would say that you have someone in the past who's been fairly reliable, a little bit stubborn, almost to the point of not a fault, but very, 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 the stubbornness can play a little bit negatively there sometimes in the past. And then you have the Four of Wands for your card right now. And with the Four of Wands, it's a card about rejoicing and celebrating achievements. Traditionally, it signifies a marriage or a milestone in a relationship. This card depicts a romantic setting where a couple profess their love. The lady's white horse represents romance and chivalry. The man is her knight in shining armor, and she's the one to whom his heart belongs. So that's a lovely card. I love it. But the Four of Swords, let's see where that's going to take you for the future. Swords can be a little bit more on the Four of Swords indicates recuperation. I guess you partied a little too much, Toya, but at least you had fun. But now it's time for reflection and withdrawal. The woman depicted in this card is resting and recharging both her mind and body so that she can move forward in her journey. She has done battle and needs time to heal. Take a step back from the situation. Taking a step back in the situation is necessary in order to review the next course of action. So there you go. You've had someone who's really dependable, a little bit stubborn. Now you're rejoicing, having sort of a celebration of sorts. And then you're going into sort of taking a step back in recuperation. And if it is a marriage, then of course there's recuperation. So there you go. I didn't see the question. I was busy with the cards. But there you go, Toya. And this next reading is for blood. We're going to give the cards a really good shuffle. We throw them in there. We try to hide them as best we can, but I swear sometimes the same cards just keep coming back because I've really been noticing a pattern with certain cards that are coming back, and because stuff's happening. Alright, here we go. Alright, so this is for you, blood. We're going to cut the deck. And the first card again is going to be about your past. So in the past, blood, you've got the Moon card. It's always mysterious. And, for the now, you have the Sun. This is 2 major arcana already. This is great. And then you have the Queen of Wands. This is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see this. All right. You're very welcome, Toya. And blood, let's get you going. So you've got the Moon. So with the Moon, it's a card about dreams and the subconscious psychic abilities and intuition. So in the past, the Moon card has been portraying the Moon goddess standing before the thinly veiled portal of your subconscious. She's beckoning to you with her inner voice, and she's reaching higher levels of enlightenment. The moon does not fully illuminate our path, so we must rely on instinct to find our way. Representing our wild nature, wolves are standing in a field of moonflowers, baying at the moon above. Much like the phases of the moon, our emotions are changeable and dictated by our subconscious motivations. We must face our past fears head on in order to continue on our journey. So I gotta post this just for you. This is to lighten things up, just so you get it. Because of those wolves, I gotta add this. Alright, and the Sun card is your next card for now. And the Sun represents enlightenment, finding the truth, deep insight, and everything that encourages one to shine brightly. Confidence, high energy, and self-assuredness, personal glory, good health, vitality, and bliss are all aspects of the Sun card. A woman holds her son in a field of sunflowers as the sun warms their backs. The child fulfills and delights her, reminding her of her days of childhood and wonder, and all that is most important in life. And your card for the future is the Queen of Wands. So what are we going to have there? Let's see what it's going to add into that. I want to see where it goes, because you've just had such a wonderful mystery, and then you get the sun and the clarity and the perception, and now we're getting into the wands here. So you've got the Queen of Wands, which is way back there. So the Queen of Wands is attractive, magnetic, energetic, confident, and warm. Although not unnecessarily emotional, she can be a little bit of a she can be a little cold with her emotions, but she is caring and sincere and draws people in with her cheerfulness and optimism. Much like her familiar lion, the Queen is strong and capable. She's creative, a visionary, and knows she's capable of accomplishing anything she sets her mind to. Her ability to soar like an eagle makes her very inspiring to others and is very much part of her allure. So that could be something that you're heading towards with the Queen of Wands, or it could be somebody who's going to play, who's going to factor into your future. So I hope that helps, Blood. There we go. Put those back in there. I hope you didn't mind in the middle that I had to add that little howl, because that was kind of fun. I even thought about putting all the cards, adding all the cards, and so that when cards are chosen, I could just put them up there. Yeah, that's a very positive reading. It looks really good for things. Always makes me happy when I see those. We got enough negativity happening. I want to see some more positivity. It wasn't even long enough to take away my... Let's see, are we still in a solo, or did they come back? They are back. So we're going to do our moonshine delivery. If I could, I would do a wonderful reading for everybody. I would just want to give positivity all the time, but I really think that the cards really help us with the shadow work. One of the best things that happened was yesterday, someone who I'd been doing readings for, she's decided to got her own tarot deck and decided to start doing her own readings. And I was so proud of her. Like, that's what I want to see. So that's not for you, Toya. That's just Nightbot. I try to have Nightbot say that as often as possible so people won't post their private information. I want to keep people safe. This is one of the things that I'm going to put out there, because it's just... I post this quite a bit, but because of what happens on here, I just want people to be safe. There's a lot of really horrible stuff that's happening to people. If you don't go and watch the video, I can just surmise to say that your life is worth upwards to $20,000 when you get sold into slavery, because you accept a flight to go and visit someone in another country. So, be careful. Sure. Gotta make sure and get into defensive. Absolutely. Oh, I should mark that. I've been a little disappointed with losing our yellow brick road here. Takes a few seconds. Just go mark it, I guess. Not a big deal. There we go. I think it's been a wonderful update. As much as it, I can get surly about not having my wagon and my maps. I wish they had fixed the collector's map when they did the update. But it just helps me to understand why I have the Gene Rocky map. If any of you have never heard it or never use it, why did you just do that? Oh! Okay, so that would be what happens in the PC version of this game. Nothing you can do except go and join another lobby, so at least you don't have them after you again. But yeah, that's what you get in this game. You get a bunch of see, when I was talking about the evil, that's what I call evil when a person, and I don't care if they're 10, I don't care if they're 9, if a person, let's take that music off, oh, I can't. If a person is willing to go when they're not being watched and do evil things to other people, that is their personality. That isn't about playing games. That means that when they're not being watched, the urge to do things to harm others overrides their interest in learning the game or discovering new things. They would rather go and harm other people. That's what I'm talking about with the pure evil that's out there right now. It's why I immediately disconnect to do any kind of trade route, because in the PC with the modders, when you take a mod, when you mod something so that you can harm others, that explains why people with money are so evil. They're using money, they're using the collection of money to give them power over other people. When you have to have power, whether you're a modder, whether it's with money, it's all about you don't care what you do to others as long as you have power. And that is a lot about the shadow work that they talk about. I don't think that I still have any of the moonshine, but I'll go check. I'm pretty sure once you are blown up like that the moonshine's gone, but I might as well go start another one. It doesn't really bother me. It's such a small amount of money to me. I don't let it get in my head. But the evil people, that's what they are. That's what they are. So the Moonshine Shack it is. Exactly, Blood. Exactly. It's what you are when no one's looking. And that's why I say people who take and enjoy doing those things can say, "Oh, it's just a game." And I go, "No, it's not." Because it's like the sin that you invite inside your brain because you're enjoying harming someone else. And I'll tell you, there's something in Islam that they talk about. There's this saying I learned from friends when I was working for one of the shelters there. They said, in regards to good and bad deeds, they said a good deed is when you think about doing something, that's it. That's a good deed. You think about doing something good. So it doesn't become a bad deed just because you don't do it. But if you think about doing a bad deed and then you don't do it, that is actually one good deed. If you think about doing a good deed and then you actually do a good deed, it's actually worth 10 good deeds. Because the path to fulfilling a good deed, between fulfilling and thinking about it, has a lot of off-ramps. So I just thought that was one of the best things that I'd ever heard, is if you actually do the good deed, it's worth 10 good deeds. But when you think about doing it and then choose not to, that means that something in you was able to see that you shouldn't do that, and that there's goodness there, and you have to be rewarded for that. And so the only real bad deed is when you think about doing a bad deed and then you do it. And that's not worth 10, that's only worth one bad deed. I just thought that was a very interesting way of looking at it. And, when no one's looking and you still do evil things, but when they are looking, you act all nice, that hypocrisy just won't fly. Eventually people know you for who you are. So this is to you, all of you, and all the good deeds that you've ever done, and all the bad deeds that you thought about and didn't do. There you go. Cheers to you all. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, Blood. I really like it. I mean, that guy did not ruin my day. So he didn't probably get what he wanted out of it. But he still gets his one bad deed. Alright, where are we headed to? We got that started. So let's head back to camp, because, they've started to set the timers up so ridiculously that right after you do a delivery, you have to almost immediately do a resupply, and then, usually, it's a little better now. At least it's, you're getting, sometimes when you have 15 left, you can, like today, I had 15 left to do, and I didn't have to do a resupply before I ran. And it used to be you would have one left, and you'd have to do a resupply. Yeah, and it's just another awareness, though, of caution. Like, everybody should be aware. We could travel around thinking the world is wonderful and beautiful, but if you're not careful, they can bring you down if you don't pay attention and sort of avoid. That's why I do my deliveries in a solo lobby. People would call me a coward. Here's the truth. Another, like you're saying there, a coward dies 1,000 deaths. A hero dies but once. I'm not going to worry about every potential thing. I'm going to take some precautions. And that doesn't make me a coward, it just makes me smart, right? People have a lot to say. A lot of it is just not true. And then I have to ask Rockstar what business they have, selling games to these 10-year-olds and encouraging them to do some of the horrible things that they can do, because they didn't do anything to stop. All right, you see what they did? As soon as I left the stream, they decided to end the stream here. So that's not a problem, though, because it's really simple to go back in there. And it's really simple to start up again. But that's what you get. You get people who attack you. They don't like the kind of things that I'm saying. It's not fitting in with their control of everything, so hang tight, we'll be right back. It takes all of a minute for it to reload. But in the same way that if I play on the main lobbies in the PS4, I end up being stream sniped. It's, you're going to get it in the same on the PC. It is what it is. Luckily, though, it loads up really fast, so it doesn't really bother me, but that's what their intention is, right? Their intention is to try and destroy your experience. And these snipers, they find you as soon as they look and see which lobby you're in. They'll find you. Like, that's what they are. That's, and I won't even give them the benefit of calling them evil. They're just entitled little snots. That's the only thing I can say, is entitled little snots. They're going to sit there crying about how they can't have all the perfect things they think they're entitled to, and their mommy and daddy are sending other people off to war to die so that they can have their entitled things. And that's what I think about Trump. That's what I think about, the people who are lying in politics right now. And yes, I won't bring it up until I see something like this happen, because to me, people wouldn't have had the guts to do this. They would have cracked down on this stuff, and now business is just being allowed to do whatever they want. The people making these companies, they can screw you over as much as they want. No one is protecting us anymore. Trump took all the guidelines. He took everything off. He destroyed everything to do with the foreign relations, and people don't know about it. They were so distracted by all the drama, the constant drama, they didn't realize how he was just destabilizing everything. And so now when all this is happening, the people who get blamed for it are the ones who are trying to fix it. And, I don't have to be American to sit back and see what's going on over there. We worry just as much. We worry about the destabilization of the great sleeping giant that is the United States. Because there's so many people who are, like this. I watched this game and it showed me more and more that that's what's going on. It's, and it isn't just the entitlement, but on top of that, they brought in the young man has been losing and believing that and being told that other people are to blame for the fact that he can't find a job. What about the government? Isn't the government who is supposed to make these jobs, But no, they were busy giving cuts to all the rich and to the business and everything else. Business isn't bringing the economy, isn't bringing people out of poverty. It's just making the rich richer. And we have some of it happening here, like fascism has been on the rise throughout the world, not even just here in Europe. It's pretty sad, some of the political debates that are going on over there. It's pretty sickening to sit and watch. But yeah, that's how much they really, upset my day. It takes me all of a minute and a half to get back in. And so go ahead, show yourselves for the stupid people that you are, for your inability to actually work with anybody and play a game with anybody. This is what they're showing. They think they're showing their power and their might. They're just showing their I think of monkeys standing with sticks hitting each other instead of the intelligence that the monkeys had to use the stick as a tool. They use the stick to bash each other over the head with them, to say, my stick's better than your stick and I'm going to kill you. So that's what I have to say about what's going on. Let's make up another stew here. No fruit medley. What am I missing with that? I'm missing the plump bird. All right, turkeys. We know we've got your number now. We're going to find you. All right, what other dailies can we do here? I know a lot of people who tried to stream from the PC had difficulties because of this, and they're not, unfortunately, you can't do like over on the PS4, you can't sit in a solo lobby. So I look at that and I say, shame on Rockstar. Shame on Rockstar. You cheap SOBs. With the billions of dollars that you made, you could have provided some security and safety. I look at the little Star Stable. This is just a little game out of Sweden, just, cute little horse game. They put the kids first, and they made sure that they had dedicated. All of it is about making sure they can. There's no ability to communicate, no ability for abusers to find young kids. And here, Rockstar couldn't give a rat's patoot. They couldn't care less if some old pervert is in here trying to talk to young girls. They just couldn't care. They don't care. They won't even listen if you report something like that. They don't care. And so to me, they're the lowest of the slimy scum. That's why I won't support Rockstar. When Star Stable can keep their game free of this, Rockstar knew that people were using their mods. They knew that they were in God mode. They knew that when they wouldn't give us dedicated servers, that it would cause these problems. They don't care. They love it. They don't even like us. They like the money we have. They don't like a single one of us. And that's what people have to remember when they're buying Rockstar games. I'm not giving anybody anything because they're saying anything negative because people play the games. I'm saying that Rockstar doesn't create the protection in a game. They do in GTA. You have the ability to go into a solo lobby. You have all those. But they've never put a nickel more into Red Dead Redemption than they had to. And that's why all these problems happen. And that's why good and decent people end up just abandoning the game, or mostly are playing on the PS4 because they don't want to play with where modders can come in and do something like that. I mean, it's not the modders. If you hand a loaded gun to a 6-year-old, do you blame the 6-year-old when he shoots his parents? Right? No, that's about responsibility. That's not saying there's anything wrong with guns. It means that if parents give something to their children without teaching them the responsibility, and isn't that what this is? Isn't Rockstar the parent that's given us a game and then said, just go for it? Be as nasty and as evil as you can to each other, and we're going to sit back and laugh while you all destroy each other? Could you find a better definition of evil? To me, no, you can't. Order supplies. There we go. Grips. My question for you, Blood, is when you bought the game, did you know that it had as much problems in it, this PC version? Did you know that there were modders in there that could do the things that they could do? Or when you bought the game, if you didn't do a lot of research and go and look at Reddit and everything else, could you have thought that you were actually getting a game that worked? That didn't have any place where your children could be hurt or harmed? Because I think that most people make that assumption that when they're buying a game, there's been some place where there's some safety and some protocols in place. I don't know if the word would be a better place. I think that the world is designed to be balanced. And you know how we have dark matter and we have, matter and we have antimatter? I actually think of good and evil pretty much the same. I don't think people are good. I think that there's evil, and it's like evil is more of a thing. Or it's more of an action. People aren't inherently evil, but they do evil things. And so I feel that if evil shifts, say everybody in America was all good because they were all religious and they were all doing good things, what would happen is it would create a huge void in the same way that matter and antimatter have to have a balance. Evil and good seem to have a balance. It seems like when people are too good, it's almost like they attract evil. That might be an oversimplification, but I think that might be a possibility. And that, this whole world is about how you're supposed to learn things, and we're supposed to come in and learn these things. And we just don't. We get caught up in the drama and in the play instead of seeing. So I don't sit here saying, oh, these people should be better people. I actually believe some of those people are probably good people at different times. But when someone gives them the tools to be evil, some of them just don't have the good sense not to use them. And that's why I compare them a lot. I would say in general, a lot of the modders were good people. I would say in general, but one of the things that you have to say is I would say their behavior is nice, but the minute you have to buy something that gives you power over someone else, what's your motivation? Or say you invest in something, you invest your time into something that gives you power over people. What is your motivation? To become a nice person? To become a better person? To use your position of power to do better for people? Because I have not seen that. What I have seen is a lot of the times they say, if a modder were to come along and give you a chest that's got gold in it, you have to be careful because he's actually videoing it and sending it to Rockstar. That's what some of the streamers have been saying, that there have been reports that that's what some of them are doing. So, exactly. If they run into and they help you with that, then that could be potentially what they're doing. So I don't know how I feel about the modders that are supposedly nice. If you don't want to talk to them or you just ride away from them, lots of the times they'll blow you up or do something horrible to you. So what I've seen is if you're not subservient to them and say thank you and go up and kiss their butt, do they give you the gold? No, they do not. I know from example. I've seen it. They want you to behave as if they're better than you and you're thankful to them when they have no right to expect that in a game. If you want respect from people, just be nice. Don't go and give them gold. Be nice and help them in the game. Again, they make it about money, and money is about power. So I disagree that they're nice. I would agree that you can experience modders whose behavior will be nice, but as soon as you don't want to play with them or be around them, they could be just as negative to you. So people who are modders, I disagree with you. They want the power, and when they can't get the power, they resort to doing things to punish you and to hurt you. And that's not a nice person. And if they didn't want that, anybody could play the game the way it's supposed to be played. They wouldn't have to do it. Why are they doing it? Where's their motivation? To make you think they're good because they gave you gold? They're not good because they gave you gold. They've disturbed your game, so now you can't work to get your gold, and everything comes too easy, and you'll never appreciate the full aspect of the game because it was too easy. The reason I know this is because I've played both the PS4 and the PC, and I can tell you honestly, I have no desire to move farther up with the PC because I'm not pitting myself against people playing on an equal platform, on a level playing field. Some groups of people have changed the playing field. So isn't that the same thing that we're talking about with these dichotomies between the rich and the poor? I mean, that's how I see it. Some people call it wisdom. People who disagree with it call it craziness. So there's the interesting thing, right? Lots of people don't agree with that way of thinking. And, a lot of people who are conservative is what we call it here, and this is what I watched, is the conservatives here in Canada are exactly the same as the Republicans in the US. And I shouldn't say exactly the same because there's a full spectrum of being conservatives, and there's a whole spectrum of being Republican. But what they both have in common is they hate the do-gooders who keep giving away their hard-earned money to help the people who have mental health issues. And why can't we make this problem with crime go away? Well, guess what? The problems with crime would go away if you could do away with mental health problems and poverty. Oh, we can't be doing that. That's just helping these poor people that won't help themselves. With that mindset, we will always be in exactly the same situation that we are. One group of people punish the others because they want to help and make it a better place. That's just the way it is. And that's been part of democracy for the whole time. That's why democracy was doomed to fail. I also said that to my husband about 10 years ago. I said, democracy is not going to work in America. As soon as you have what would you call it? As soon as you have a minority, any group, this isn't a minority, I'm not talking color or race, I'm talking a minority group. And in this situation, I'm talking about young, angry men who are the minority that are now posing a significant threat to the majority because they say we will rise up with guns. So, all right. They have that ability to do that. And if the law can't keep up with them, they will get exactly what they want, full and total anarchy. And then all the laws that used to protect them will disappear, and then they will start to realize and understand what pure anarchy really is. There's no protection for anybody, not for the poor, not for the people with money, with a little bit of money. Only the people who have lots of money will buy all the defense system they can. They'll, build tunnels underground. They'll do all sorts of things while they leave us on the face of the earth to die and be, nuclear holocaust will hit, and they won't care. Elon Musk is moving off to Mars. Who cares? Right? And in the meantime, who the hell is Elon Musk to start telling China and Taiwan what they should do? That just blew me away. There's true money thinking that they should stick their noses into things that they have no understanding of. Like Elon Musk, just blows me away. He acts like he's such a helpful entrepreneur, but he doesn't have any right to tell China and Taiwan how to behave. He's so full of himself and such a narcissist. He makes me sick, you know. Anybody who has too much power, whether it's money, whatever it is, you can't trust them anymore. Same with the modders. You can say that they're nice, but you give enough person enough money, and they're not nice anymore. Because the money will change them. That's my theory. Anyways. All the wisdom in the world won't protect me from that. I think it's time to make a run over here. I think it is time to go and visit the green iguanas and the Cuban land crabs. I need some succulent fish meat, and that's the best place to get it. So let's head over there. We'll fast travel to Rhodes. Oops. I was following the line. All right, tie your horse up then and then fast travel. That works too. I think because I play alone most of the time, I don't run into a lot of the modders. I see another player now and I just go in the other direction, because if I don't know what they, you know, I don't trust the people who come running up to you saying, I come in peace, because they don't have to come at you, you know, that fast if they're coming in peace. But yeah, I sort of stay to myself, whether it's in the PS4 or here, unless I know the people and I've played with them. Like you, Blood, we've played together, but you've seen, I just want to stay away from people, because even if you start killing to protect other people, it just starts fights and then there's battles, and that's not my style at all. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that style, it's just not mine. I would rather be thinking at any given time rather than hanging out with people because I get an endorphin release. That's part of being on the spectrum. Neurotypicals get an endorphin release when they hang out with other people. I just get stress and a bit of anxiety, because I never understand what people will do when we talk about the sort of things that people can do and the evil that they can do, because my brain can't really understand it. It just frustrates me and leaves me with a sense of anxiety, because I can tell you what all the true things are and what should happen, but that doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. Alright, here we go. Now you got to, before you go across here, just make sure your horse has enough stamina, because it's a good swim over there. There is the steelhead trout are over here, so I usually come over here just to get my succulent meat. I know there's lots of good places that you can go as well in the streams, but there's something about coming over here and chasing these green lizards. And it doesn't even that I want to skin them down. I look for the perfect ones because I like to hang them off the side of my horse because I think they look good because they're green. What can I say? I'm a crazy artist, right? There we go. Alright, what's that? That looks like a muskrat. So I guess we should switch away from that. That was a little overkill. Oh, yeah, poor little thing. He was only a 1 star, so it's not like I did any damage to him, but wow. So have you guys ever done the thing with the elephant gun where you stand with your back to the fire, squat down like this, and when you shoot your elephant gun, it just blows you right on your back? It's kind of fun. Where are you, little muskrat? Let's skin you. So you can only carry 2 things back with you unless you do like JC and I did. We went and commandeered a canoe And we started loading as many of the green lizards as we could into it. And then when we got to the other side, it was like, oh, we have somebody joined here, or somebody's already here. This could be a good thing. Let's take a look on here and see what we have. This is a modder probably, because I posted where I was. Oh, could be because of the level. And because he showed up there, usually this level wouldn't be over here, but I'm going to go and wave to him anyway. I come in peace. Oops. Oops, I don't know why it did that. I'm not shooting. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Oh, he's going after the lizard. Okay. I should help him with some hunting. He could probably use it. He's just a level 13. It's just really unusual to see someone who's a level 13 who already knows about this. There was another one just went flitting by me there. Oh, I was going to give him this. It's yours. He's skinning it. He doesn't realize it would be worth more to keep, but he's probably going to carry it back, so I don't mind helping people out when they're starting. See, I can't give him these, but I love going after these little land crabs. They're so fun. Where is he at? Is it this one here? Where is he at? Right here. I can't hand it to him. And this one here. If I point to it like this, you might be able to see it. I can't pick it up for him. I should go into the settings and just bring that up and just say, there's a Cuban land crab right here in front of me if you're interested. He's right there. You won't be able to see him on your map, but if you want him, go for it. Just pointing at him there. If you break him down, he'll make up your crustacean stew or crustacean soup, something like that. I'll show him this too. He probably hasn't done this before. And if you want some of these, you toss that in there. And that gets you a bunch of fish too. It's like, oops, try not to throw it where you're near. It's going to light up on him, but I'm going to try and bring it over here. There you go. There's some fish for you. You got to run in, so they're right in here. If you come right here, he's there. That's how you can fish. You actually get awards for it. Just keep walking around in there. You'll see him. There you go. There's one right here in front of me too, or over there. You got him. Right over there. Oh, you can't get him because you got to swim. But yeah, if you do that 20 times, if you kill 2 animals with an explosion, you actually get an award. There you go. Have a good day. Let's see what else is over here. We can get those geese sometimes. But there's, over here, there's a lot of the fish. Is it this side over here that gets the succulent meat? See, this is where I like to fish, right here. There it is. I think this is the one that has the succulent meat. Let's see if we can get them. I think we're supposed to get something with a live lure today. There, let's try this. He's going to explode those out there. I don't think he has any dynamite, so that might not work for him. This isn't one of them, is it? Is it? Let's see. No, don't shoot my fish, dude. Oh, it's not a flaky one. This is flaky. So I might just... You got to catch them with live bait, so I can throw them back or I can keep them. Let's see. Usually, though, we get a few out here that are the... let's see if I can get one out there. Oh, I gotta put more bait on there. Okay, forgot about that. What has he got? Oh, he's trying to shoot the fish. Alright, let's put some more bait. Let's put some more on there. Let's see. Let's go some more with worm bait. How's that? Steelhead trout, that might work. I think I went a little too far over to the side. Let's give it a little. See if we can get it in. Come on. Bite. Come on. To me, that's all that life is about, you know, especially when you're old. If you can't do good for the young, it's not like I need that much food. There we go. That's why I tried to say I would really like to have a different tone to things here and, you know, show that you can meet people and not have to try and harm them. And I just got to get 3 of these with bait. Put that again on there. Ooh, what is that? I must have had my... I think they've kidnapped one of my buyers. Oh well, he'll wait. But I mean, there's a level 13, level 15. Why not be kind, right? I haven't done anything. Oh, I know what I did. I turned the, you're getting an echo because I have the, I set up the, I can fix that as soon as I pull this in. You've got me in the game and you have me through my microphone. So you're getting a double of me. Come on, fish. Bite. Come on. Oh, come on, fish. I think we have lost it. Is anyone coming to bite? When I first had the PS4 and I was first fishing in this game and you had to spin the controller, the joystick, I was just like, are you killing me? What's this about? I didn't realize that I could go in and change everything in the settings, but I've been playing a couple years now. Alright, let's go fix this because we've got this as close in as we need it. Nothing's biting there, so let's go fix this. But that's how I want to play the game. You know when they say use your power for good? See, you can't fast travel from here, but did it even give me the option to travel? No, it would have been nice. Put away my fishing rod. We'll have to go back and do the rest of it. My poor... the buyers have been kidnapped again. I hate when that happens. You would think they'd know better. Another example, the rich doing stupid things and then wanting us to bail them out. Now I can fast travel. Alright. Alright, this is great. I love it. Right in the middle of the water, I can fast travel. Yeah, I've thought of that too, Blood. Why wouldn't they give you the ability? That's why I just love that he showed up while I was over there, because it's going to take me straight to the Moonshine Shack. See, one of the things that I like to point out when I do readings is that everything is about choice. You can be all sorts of things, but everything is about choice. Don't know what's... Oh, this is the Bay Boulet. I have to pick this too, so that poor buyer, he's just going to have to suffer because I got stuff to do. What is it? What is the saying? Oh, this is going to be horrible. I'm sorry if it doesn't come across in the language here, but here's my favorite saying. Your piss poor planning is not my emergency. Now, unfortunately, that should not follow for the Floridians who are horribly suffering right now because DeSantis didn't give a rat's ass about making sure when the infrastructure was supposed to be being built about 5 years ago when he had the ability to put money into it. He said, who cares? It's not a big deal. We don't have global warming. There's no such thing. And now his entire state is in disaster and they're all having to, I wish Biden wouldn't help them because I just don't see why he should be allowed to be such a hypocrite. He didn't think that California should get any sort of compensation or help when they had their problems. It was sort of like, not my yard, not my problem. Now all of a sudden he wants the same things he wouldn't give others in the same situation. Okay, so he's a long ways away. Not as bad as where I was on the island, but this camp, let's get ready because it's going to be a little bit of excitement now. Oh, we're going to have to cross. I'm never sure if it's on this side or the other side. It's the other side. Down we go, back into the little... Go, go, go! I love when I can run them over if they're... Oh, that karma will get me, won't it? One of the only really good things about having a high level is that you can absorb a lot of bullets. Oh, your friend's coming too. Let's get them too. Let's get them too. I don't know why it's so satisfying to run people over like that. That's why I say we all have it in us. We all have it in us to do evil things. But see, as far as I'm concerned, I was saying this the other day, you know, guys don't get called whores and sluts and stuff like that. You know, only here do the women get called that. Find that interesting. Let's health back up before we're out. Alright, shall we let him out? Sometimes I wonder if I should just leave him in there. If you were not smart enough to... Alright, let's back up a little bit. Alright, away you go. Oh, I know, and you're going to complain. I rescue you and you complain? Really? Alright, let's get on this horse. Or should we loot these guys? Let's loot these guys. I like when he starts to complain too about how I'm not rescuing him fast enough. Don't be killing my dude. You and your horse. I didn't mean to kill the horse, I just auto-aim. Alright, buddy, I guess we'll get you out of here since they seem to think that you are a good shooting target. You can duck all you want. It's time to use some incendiary on these guys, isn't it? I think so. Alright, we'll loot a couple more. And then we'll make a few blow up just for fun, because we can. Where are you at? Come on. Time to die. Time to die. What is that, Princess Bride? Comment. I love that. Let's light it all up. Let's just light it all up. Alright, let's get him back, because we're like 5 minutes to get to the other side there, and that'll just give us enough time now. Come on, we don't have all day. You're gonna get killed, and then you'll be mad at me. I mean, this shouldn't be so fun. Light her all up. Yeah, we could all be evil, right? But the difference is I do it to NPCs, right? I do it to NPCs, not to players. I mean, I could do that, but why would I want to do that to people? Why would I want to make people feel as crappy as I know I feel when I do that to other people? I want this collection more than I want to bring him in, so I'm going to get the card. He's going to complain. But we'll either get there or we won't. Exactly. Don't get killed, buddy. You should protect yourself. I have no issues. If you want to stand there, you know, come on, a little closer. A little closer. Come on. Oh, he's still alive. Are you kidding me? Okay. Alright, let's do this now. We got our card. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's make like a tree and leave. I just don't know if I should follow the tracks or if I should go this way. Let's see. We're going to the drop-off. Let's do the tracks. Let's see if we can outrun these guys. These Turkmen are pretty good. They can vamoose when they have to. Andale, andale. No, I don't know any Spanish. That is purely from Bugs Bunny. Who knew the Looney Tunes would teach us? I'm sorry, sometimes I forget that you guys are even out there listening to me as I'm babbling on about the silly stuff I say. Jump! There we go. Are we going to make it? I don't think so. Jump again? Don't hit a tree. I have no idea where we're going. No idea at all. I could have put the marker on there, but I hate doing these stranger missions because sometimes they shoot you, sometimes, like, you know the saying, no good deed goes unpunished? That's how I feel. And they've taken away all the roads so that you could use them to get where you wanted to go. So, oh, I'm very close to a road. Could it be? There we go. We found it. We found it. What did we do? Did we do something bad? Music is usually you screwed up royally and we're punishing you for it. I hope that fixed the echo when I got rid of that. I never did ask, Nikita. That was a lot of murder. Oops. Well, did he even say thank you? I don't know. Alright, where are we headed to now? What were we doing before all that started? Oh yeah, we were on the island getting our steelhead trout. Dag nabbit. Oh, super. Let's see, let's head up here. The coyotes I find, I don't really want to kill them. Alright, our bounty's at 210. Yesterday I was sitting there with two of my characters from the PS4 and we figured out how to deal with the bounty. I was telling you about this, Blood, about how you could get your bounty up and then have your other character turn you in. And it's so nice when you're sitting in a solo lobby like that. Alright, what am I hearing there? What was I hearing? Alright, let's hit in here. There'll be something here. Watch that step. Watch that step. I don't feel any collectibles in here, but we'll see. Guarma rum. You can never have too much. Andrew Tate, I'd have to look up. I haven't seen anything about Andrew Tate. I probably have, I just didn't associate it with the name. Whoops. Of course, typing on the wrong one. Okay, immediate reaction to looking at him. I know nothing about him. But you remember Muhammad Ali? And he had lots of thoughts. And before, in his early career, he used to say such really interesting things. And he was a fairly wise guy. Depending on how you felt about, some of his choices, some of them didn't like that he took on, a Muslim name. But as much as I might have liked him in the beginning of his career, you have to ask yourself how much you would want to trust anybody who, for a living, is getting kicked in the head. And I'm not really trying to be funny. I'm actually saying what can happen to you when you do a lot of fighting and you get hit in the head a lot is you can have minor concussions that you don't even know anything about. And what begins to happen when your brain has been smacked about like that is that sometimes it can cause things like bleeds, it can cause hemorrhaging, it can cause, it just can cause so much internal that happens that sometimes how you think in the process begins to change. And people who've had concussions, like hockey players, they start to have a lot of things go on. What is that? There isn't supposed to be a light sitting over there. What's it coming from? Is there a sign up there? Oh, there's a light on that post. Okay. So I haven't heard anything that he has to say. I haven't looked him up. I haven't seen anything. He's a young man, though. It says he's 35. So, and he's a Sagittarian, so he can't be all bad. I went to Washington, D.C. once for training. It's probably one of the most beautiful places I ever saw in my life. With the cherry blossoms, when I went there, they were blooming. What I couldn't figure out, though, and it baffled me a little bit, was the design of the streets. I was doing ride-alongs with the police there, and you might find this amusing, but I did a ride-along, and I rode along with 3 different police officers over a day. One was a young man his heritage was Chinese. The other was a middle-aged woman, and she had previously, in her earlier career, been a nurse. And the other was a young man who'd been in the military. And I can tell you the most dishonest, creepy one of the bunch, who was the most dishonest, was the guy from the military. The one who was the most trying to work on a sort of an emotional level, was the nurse. She wanted to help people. She was, a cop who was trying to make a difference with people. But the guy I had the most, that I learned the most from and had the best experience riding along, was the young man with Chinese heritage. Because when we saw an abandoned car, he strictly went through doing things. Look at the cat sitting up on the roof up there. That's where the meowing was coming from. I was wondering. It was such a diverse group of people that I really thought about that, about how when they talk about police, there's this assumption about what the police are. And it's just not true. The police in that one small little slice of time for Washington, D.C. police, I learned a lot about the projects. I learned about, that a lot of people that have addictions issues, they're liars, because they will do whatever they have to find, because their primary relationship is with a drug, not people. So it's hard. You aren't going to get honesty out of someone whose primary relationship is not with other people, but is just strictly with a drug, and that they have an addiction. Anyways, yeah, you were talking about Andrew Tate. That's all that I had there. And they probably are all really good people. I've never seen anything about him. The only thing that I would ever even be able to guess is that I see that he's an influencer. He's also a Sagittarian, which is a really interesting, as myself, we all kind of think like this. And people who don't believe in astrology will say, oh, whatever. But start to watch the people in your life. You watch the Scorpios. And some people are going to love a Scorpio because of the type of person they are. A Scorpio is a person who builds things, creates large I'm trying to think, builds and strategizes. But for a Sagittarian who is absolutely obsessed about truth and honesty, truth not so much honesty, my own personal honesty, yes, truth is a bit subjective no matter what, because my truth can't be someone else's truth, because my truth is being filtered through my life experiences. Your truth is being filtered through your life experiences. How, unless we both live the exact life and were born with the exact DNA, how could we both filter and experience and process the life the same way, even if it was the exact same one? So that's how I look at these, I guess, and it puts perspective on everything. I don't expect people to think like me. Yeah, and I mean, there is a place for the gladiator, absolutely. Capricorns, let's see. Capricorns are really good about building things, putting things together. Extremely, I wouldn't say entrepreneurial, but intelligent, very intelligent. And they tend to be extremely family oriented. I have a sister who's a Capricorn, and the only thing that I would say about Capricorns is very often, if you try to explain a different perspective, this might just be my sister, but they tend to get glassy-eyed and not always be able to listen. If it doesn't resonate with them, they might just shut it down rather than be able to hear and process it. So I haven't seen that with you, but I did see a lot of that with my sister. And when I looked up Capricorns, because they kind of have that, you know what I mean. Let's see if I look up what just trying to be reminded why it was that I thought, I mean, I know that they were associated with the goat, so I guess that's why I see them as being a little bit stubborn. But they say that the Capricorns are a little bit more like a cross between a goat and a fish. But they say that their energy is honest and wise, and that's the same thing that I saw with my sister. She's honest as well, but she can become fanatical when it comes to sort of religious things. So that I get a little concerned about. But then again, that's just sort of a difference of opinion on things. All right, so let's get out of here. We were supposed to be fast traveling to camp. We're getting distracted. Let's see now. Where are we at? There we go. Yeah, I would definitely say Capricorns, honest, almost even to a fault, but can get to be stubborn. That's the only thing that I would say. But my sister, she put herself through a nursing degree after a divorce with a very abusive husband, and when I say she can be challenged, I just say, she does believe that even though they're divorced, she believes she's still married to him because she's Catholic. As far as I'm concerned, if a person, calls you a demon and tells your children that it's okay for him to do whatever he wants because you're a demon, and you still think he's a wonderful person and still consider yourself married to him, I worry for her own mental health. But that's why there's a bit of a prejudice that I don't like to admit to, but it is true because I experienced that with her. I know I have my own issues too, so it's not that I'm pointing a finger at her. I have my own too, but to me, when a person shows you who they are, you really should believe them. because otherwise, like, my belief system is if a person fools you once, shame on them. If they fool you twice, shame on you. Alright, Cripsy, you just have to chill a little there. Sometimes life interrupts. I guess I probably don't know about Andrew Tate because, yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about him being banned from social media. Yeah, I couldn't say enough with the limited that I've seen here. Personally, when they banned Trump from Twitter, I was the happiest person on the face of the earth. So I'm not disappointed when cult personalities are not given a platform. If what they're doing could harm people, and if their rhetoric is actually dangerous, they have to start some guidelines. It's been a free-for-all on Facebook and all these, even here, like I'm not obligated by law to tell people that they can't post personal questions. I just know that I'm long in the tooth enough that I've lived to regret, things that I've, written down or things that I've said where people would hold it against me or use it in a way that I never would have ever thought. So what I want now is to, say to people, be careful what you're posting out there because there is no such thing as privacy anymore. So if you post something out there and people, perceive it as like it's just, people have started to use the media. Like I can use it here and I can express my opinion and people are going to come after me for it. It happens a lot in this game particularly because that's the only way. I mean, once the bots have sorted out all the attacks that you get, yeah, and I don't like, I love my sister dearly. It's just that when she was, what the heck did I just stumble into? My horse isn't even listening to me now. We had ourselves a little rendezvous with a few biters. Are you coming after me now too? No, that's the fox that's running around. But yeah, I love their honesty. Any group of people that are honest, out of all my sisters, we were the closest because even though she might go off on a tangent, I always knew she was smart and I always knew that she was trying to do the best good. But we're all going to have a time in our life, I think. What I believe is we all get given, oh, it's him snorting. We all get given whatever it is that we need to learn. It's funny though, like, when I did some training with, when I worked at a university, they sent me off for training, and one of the things that they were trying to have us learn was management. And so I went to this management course in DC, and when we showed up at the door to do the course, they handed us a little questionnaire and they said, go fill this in, and then when we're starting up, we'll be able to figure out what group you'll be in. And I was like, okay. So I filled out my form, answered the questions on it, and I realized that as I was filling this in, that there was a quadrant that was starting to be filled in, and it was like the 4 quadrants of personality. is this one good or is it better than this? Let's see. Yeah, that one was poor. And so my quadrant was filled in where almost all of the creativity and all the logical filled right out to the edges of this circle, because the circle had been divided into 4, and the 2 quadrants that were creativity and were logic were almost right out to the edge. But my relationshiping and my grounding were almost zero. Like when you look at a shell of the earth and you see the mantle or the core on the very inside, that's just how small my relationshiping and my grounding was. And yet my creativity and my logic were full, so the creativity was slightly bigger than my logic, so I got put into the creative group. And so we all sat in our groups, and I thought, okay, well, this will be interesting. What's this about? And he then went over to the people who were the grounding people that had all been determined that was their largest quadrant. And they asked this group in the in the relationship, which people here do you hate? And I went, what? Like, they don't know us. They don't even have any idea who we are. What is he even talking about? Well, as a group, they all pointed to my creative group as the people that the grounding group hated. So I was baffled, but I said, okay. As he says, so do you guys want to know why they hate you? And I was like a little offended still, but I was like, yeah, okay. He says, they asked them to speak up. Why do you hate this group? And they said, because they change things for no good reason. So now if you look at the fact that there's a group of people that need things to stay grounded all the time and don't like things to change, and they like them to stay the way they are, who would they hate? Obviously, the people who are constantly changing everything, the creative people. That was one of the biggest lessons that I learned in my life about don't make assumptions that everyone's like you, because they're nothing like me. Those 2 differences, I couldn't even imagine that they would not want to be anywhere near us, because we like to change things. We like to change things because it gives us energy and it revitalizes us, and we feel, look what I did. I made this thing. Like when I made that little owl for the front there, like that was my excitement. I was like wiggling like a puppy, and this group would just go, well, why wouldn't you just leave it the way it was? It was perfectly good the way it was. And all I could do is sit there and say, well, logically I understand exactly what you're saying, but part of me was heartbroken because the things that I take such pride in, that I get so excited about, they just hated. And I had to say to myself, all right, that's a huge lesson in life. If I was to go into management thinking that everybody was like me, I'm going to fail. They're not like me. So what you have to do when you're in management is start to learn and understand that there are these groups of people. And if you want to run something, I remember once being told too that you should have an old man, a young man, and a woman. If you want the perfect trinity in running a business, that would be perfect, because the woman brings a perspective that neither of the men have. The young man brings an energy and vitality, and the old man brings the wisdom. And I just thought, isn't that an interesting thing? Like, this is the sort of stuff that I think about when I think about the differences in people, is we have all these different things. This is why the tarot is no different. It talks about these same archetypes. The old man, the father is the emperor, the mother is the empress, and, joy and energy and happiness and bountiful, that's the sun. Like, all these things about people are represented in the tarot. So as you start to look at it, you realize it's not accidental that it nails what people are thinking, because it fits the archetypes. And of course, I try really hard not to genderize, because the first thing is that I could make an assumption when I'm making a reading that somebody with a certain name might be female. Someone comes in, her name's Jasmine, she must be female. Look at the cards, let the cards tell you, because the cards will say something, and then you'll learn fast enough whether or not, So I think maybe the tarot, maybe that's part of my desire to learn and see things, is as you go through the tarot and you work with people, as you get feedback from them, Oops, something's in here, isn't it? Yes, it is. Let's go get this liquor bottle. It's one of the things that I really love about the PC is if you use an Xbox controller, you actually get the vibration even better, I'd say, than on the PS4, if that's possible. You wouldn't think that's possible, but all right, let's see if we can do a little bit more of this and get some more to turn in here. Oh, let's not blow up any sheep. It's one of the challenges, though. If you're a thinking, really thinking person, it's really hard to hate on anybody because I always want to know why. Like, you know, that child that just sits there going, why? I'm the person most likely while being shot at who will be sitting there going, but why? You know, I don't get it. I can't really fathom why people want to hurt each other. What can you learn from it? So it's a bit alien to me. It doesn't make me a good person. Not really. It just makes me a curious person. Sometimes people are curious and just pure evil too, right? What do they say? When you've learned to use your power for good, then you're good. We all have a power. All right. So what should we sell to him? Do we have anything? Not really. No doubt. No doubt. There. So I'm eating these salt and pepper kettle chips, and I swear they are the loudest things you could ever do. Ooh, are we moving? Let's go get on the train. Let's get on the train. Now's when I get evil. When I ride the train, I shoot everything. Not NPC, not players, but NPCs, everything. What is that? No, I only shoot horses if it will get the law after me. I want to see if I can get my bounty up now. Oh, thanks for that. That made me laugh, Nikita. Yeah, that's such a strange little song too. And all right, so we can shoot this guy as we're going past. I just don't think anybody's going to see to report it, so no, don't shoot him. This is our getaway vehicle. Let's see, how far are we until we're back in town? Okay, so we're going to go through Saint Denis. That'll be a perfect place to piss off the masses and have everybody after me. Oh, better duck. This is tricky because you come up on this first one and you think you're good. It doesn't have the bar over it, and then as you go along, it knocks you on your butt. If somebody's fishing the way I do over there, little dynamite. All right, approaching, approaching Saint Denis. Approach with caution. Oh, that guy just got his bounty up just now. My bounty will be there pretty soon. You're making me laugh every time I think about that. That gets stuck in my brain. Who do? You do. The power of the babe. David Bowie was so odd, but that was such a fun little show. The power of one little teenage girl to overpower all the evil. That's what she does in that show. So if you ever want to have, for young girls, telling them a very empowering movie, tell them to watch Labyrinth. I wish they would re-digitize that, and because it's they might, because David Bowie just passed away recently, not too long back. They might do it. I would buy it. At least I would buy it as a Halloween show to watch for sure. All right, we have to start killing people. Oh, leave the witness, otherwise there's no one to report it. Oh, don't shoot your train, conductor. This is going to get my bounty up good. I should move to the back of the train, because if I stay there, of course it's going to stop here, and then I'm going to be in big trouble. All right, so let's go up here between these. Ooh, those guys are on the trail. I'm going to lose those guys. I better shoot at them. But I didn't want to do that before we got into town, because the train's going to stop, and then we'll be in trouble. I must be really lagged again. You just did something for me, Nikita, that maybe you don't know about, but you just made me really strongly aware of the true fact that I had to be extremely careful with my words, because if people do hear something you say, it does mean that you do have an ability to be heard by people, and it does mean that your words matter. And so that was a positive feedback, and it was also a reminder of just be careful, what you say. Sometimes in joking, we get to a place where we'll say things, and I got to be careful, because people don't always remember, and not that you said anything. I'm just remembering. I'm just being aware of the fact you got to always remember that there's more than just yourself out there when you say something. Words have power over people. Oops, poor innocent bystanders, but the thing is, it gets my bounty up, and I want to get turned in. I want the bounty hunters coming after me. You have to get up to like $10 before they come after you. Oh, hurry up, catch up. There's going to be a bunch up here, I think, pretty soon. $285. I got a long ways to go. I would have been better to go into Emerald Ranch. I bet you didn't expect to see me go on a rampage. But I was doing this on the PS4 yesterday. It was so much fun. And of course, I can't turn myself in, and no one I know can turn me in. But if I get it up to $10, at least I should be able to. All right. So we have our Thanksgiving weekend. Oops. Just shooting everything off this thing, because you do get awards for this. Honest. That's my reason. So I had this debate going on in my head. Every once in a while, I use my 22, and it can shoot a bird out of the sky. And when I try to do the same thing, the exact same way, with a bolt action, or any of them are supposed to be good for distance, because the bolt's supposed to be the best. Well, Springfield or bolt, they're both supposed to be good for distance. And they won't shoot the same bird at the same distance. Yeah. It's true, because people will remember you for your words, and they will hold a connection to you of your words. Even if your words were speaking about something, you know. How did he survive that? I don't know. Yeah, and I think that, like, if I think about my Capricorn sister, she is way more likely not to say anything. She's the one who, she's very close to the chest with her words. Whereas I always, being the Sagittarian, we're like the fool in the tarot deck. We happily, trustworthily trip along, even when you're old, right? I mean, I'm old, and I still sort of come across as being young because I stay kind of innocent. It's not a good thing. Sometimes I'm really naive with things, but I have that sort of true believer syndrome where I actually think people are going to do good stuff all the time, and that people are generally kind and stuff like that. It's not true. There's lots of people who, and we see them in here, they're just like unbelievably unkind and get pure enjoyment out of, harming people. And I suppose that's why less words are better. One of the things with me is I will always be okay about whatever words I said, because I don't believe that I believe we're dynamic creatures. We're not static. We don't stay the same. We evolve with everything that I think, everything I say. Sometimes I sit here and I go, oh my God, did I really believe that back then? And sometimes, though, people say this is just a game. If you shoot him, it's just a game. But there's a human being attached to the other side. There's a human being. All right, we're going to try and get our bounty up some more, but there's not very many people around. What the heck? I can't even shoot anybody. Yeah, I don't flatter people. If I see, I've always been of the belief if you see something nice about a person, tell them, because they might be having a really crappy day, right? They might be having, I mean, what if somebody was about to commit suicide and you saw them, and the things that you said to that human being either make him go one way or the other? I would not want that on my conscience. So if I had the chance and somebody's having a crappy day, I would way rather make them feel better. So for me, I can't really come along and hear, somebody who's playing a video game, and this might sound like an assumption, but when you're playing a video game, it's a fairly lonely thing. Even if you have a lot of friends that you play with, you're fairly much by yourself. And I look at that and I think there's also a tendency possibly towards not having lots of friends in the real world. And so there's probably loneliness there. So you have to be careful. One thing you can't do is ever offer yourself as kind of someplace they can always be to sound off or to listen to. But you can always be there when you're able to be there and give your energy to it. It's why one of the perfect things here is you can stream and you can hear people and you can hear some of the challenges, because when you do readings, what you find out is even if you ask people not to post their question, they so want to talk about what's going on with them, and tarot might be the only form of human interaction they're going to have. And so I don't want to take that away when a person genuinely sounds like they feel, trapped in a situation or something's going wrong. I want to be encouraging, but I also don't want to give them false hope on something. If the cards say, I've had a lot of people where it comes out and says, you're basically a dishonest piece of crap, but you're going to trip yourself up, and you can't say that to them. You have to say, you've been trying really hard, and everybody has to understand that they're a good person, no matter how much I might judge them through my own filter. They're still good people and have the capacity for good, unless they're completely and totally a sociopath that enjoys. Like, you can't even say if they're a sociopath, because lots of people accuse people with autism as being sociopathic, and it's not true. Just because they don't see what your feeling is and can't always identify what their own feeling is in relationship to your feelings, it doesn't mean they can't see your feelings. Whereas a sociopath has no empathy and isn't capable of empathy. So you really do get awards for this. I know a lot of people think this is horrible, but you get awards for this. I was at 75 here just a little while ago, and if I keep doing this, I might get the 100 award. I'm also an old person, so when I was young, I used to be on the undernet, and I understood that you had to be really careful, don't say things, because they last forever. But now that I'm old, I sort of look at it as I don't have as long left on this earth to have to worry about things. Well, and mutually, I enjoy the feedback. Like, one of the things is if you say things that are sort of thought-provoking and people want to sit and listen and hear what you have to say, it's those are the sorts of people who are curious too. And once you sort of weed out, I figure the first year I'm just going to weed out a lot of the trolls, because there's going to be a lot of people coming in who come in for the free reading, but that's not going to keep them here. They'll come a few times, but I just want to find a few interesting minds that like to come in here and hang out. At first I was going to make it sort of like the coffee shop, and then I realized it doesn't quite work like that, because in a coffee shop, you have a more familiar, there's a lot more familiarity, and in a coffee shop, people come and go, and you can't really control who's coming and going. Whereas in here, mostly the only people who sit around and want to visit are people who are also intelligent, and so they find the things to be thought-provoking, even if they disagree with it. I will encourage people to the nth degree. If you disagree, but you have intelligence and logic, it just means that we're probably not looking at each other's perspectives as generously as we could. Hey, Brave, good to see you. Oh, wow. Are you not burnt out? I did 2 call to arms once, like we did the whole thing through and then did it again. I was so burned out, I literally had to go to sleep. All right, there might have been a small amount of the 420 factor there, but not that much. Oh, we're going to get my head knocked off here. Duck down. I should say this out loud. I always give this disclaimer because this is why this stream is never for kids. Developing minds should not be involved with this. Doesn't mean they don't, but there is some... No worries, not at all. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad that you're hanging out. That means everything. This is a long tunnel. Jeez. I should have had my lantern on here. I'll pull the lantern out just in time for us to come to the end of the tunnel. Here we go. That's our Halloween lantern. That's why I was saying it's a nice lantern. It's really cool looking, but it's way nicer looking in the light. It has sort of a ghoulish look to it, but it's not much use in the dark. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, Brave. Oh yeah, I can put babies back to sleep too. Oops. You see what I have there? That was a little bit of... I keep expecting that the modders will be arriving soon. Look at that. Isn't that just like the most beautiful? I want to go over the edge, but I'm sure I'm going to fall over if I go down. So I'm at 305 with my bounty. This is taking me a little while. We had the modders. That's hard. Oh, when you go through babies that are even the least bit colicky, or if they're sick right now, I start to worry right now. I'm worried for the kids. I mean, they've got really good immune systems, but it's not the kids with good immune systems I worry about. Everybody deserves the right to get to know their child and see them grow up. It doesn't always happen, but I feel that everybody should be able to have that. I don't expect it, but I just wish it for everybody. This is just so pretty. I mean, look at the waterfalls up here, and I mean, it's nicer during the day, but they managed to make it look just sort of ghostly, and I just love it. looks like the sun, what time is it? It is, come on, show me the time. Okay, so it's going to be, we're going to get to the dark of the night pretty soon. Have fun, Brave. Enjoy your CTA. I'm going to have to go and watch it. Are you streaming it too? I still want to see. I guess I could go find the ghost train if I just looked it up. It wouldn't be too hard to find. Have fun with your call to arms, Brave. This reminds me of going through Canada. We have the Trans-Canada Highway is got a train just like this. It goes all the way across from one side of Canada to the other. Hence the Trans-Canada. And this is exactly what you see. Sometimes you have fences because they'll keep the elk from running across the road at certain places. But yeah, we have elk and moose, bears, wolves, coyotes. Trying to think about birds. We don't have, well, we have eagles in some areas. Like in our area, we have eagles and both golden and bald. We have hawks everywhere. I swear, along the highway, we have a hawk on almost every 4 to 6 posts. There will be a hawk sitting on it watching for mice. You know, to have those eyes. Although once you get older, hi Iceman, how you doing? I was just saying, once you get older, it's actually a kindness that our eyes go away a little bit, because then we can't. Oh, why? I just fell off. Why? That was crazy. All right, can she get back on? Yes, she can. We're building up our bounty slowly here, but I get playing sometimes with the controls as I'm talking away, and I just put us right off the edge of the train. All right, so where are we pulling into now? Oh, I think this is... Would you like a reading? I'm sitting up here on the train, so we're pretty darn safe. Well, Canada has, like, it has just about every type of landscape. We have the rainforests. Oh, I'm going to get killed here. I'm going to go down in here. At least don't make it easy for them. If they want to kill me, they'll have to come in here and get me. All right. This will be for us, man. All right. So we got another deck here that we're using. It's called Crystal Visions Tarot. It's a very old deck. It's made by US Games Systems, so that tells you something. They don't make a lot of decks, but the ones they did back in the day, they were good. So here we go. We're going to cut your deck. This is for Iceman. So your first, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn the volume down on this because otherwise I'm going to have to be screaming through it all. All right, it's a little bit quiet, but you'll still be able to, I'll turn it up when we get back. So here we go. Your first card is about the past, and you have the Four of Wands for your past card. Your second card for now is the Three of Pentacles. Your third card for the future, oh, you got the Unknown card. Okay, that's not actually a tarot deck card. I have never had this card come up ever. That's the first time it's ever come up, and it's for you. So that's going to be your final outcome card. That's insane. All right, so your first card, Four of Wands. The Four of Wands is, let's get down to the wands. So the Four of Wands it's a card about rejoicing, celebrating achievements. And that's in the past. So you've got something that you're celebrating. And traditionally it signifies a marriage or a milestone in a relationship. This card depicts a romantic setting where a couple profess their love. The lady's white horse represents romance and chivalry. The man is her knight in shining armor, and she is the one to whom his heart belongs. Okay, so that's been in the past. And now what you're at is the Three of Pentacles. Pentacles are so often about material. So the Three of Pentacles signifies completion of a short-term goal. This card is a reminder to see the bigger picture. With careful planning, determination, persistence, and hard work, your dreams can be achieved. It is important to hone your skills, stick to a plan, and possibly team up with others in order to reach prosperity. The man and woman depicted in this card begin to build their garden. The woman tends to a young plant while the man builds a fountain out of a slab of stone. The little bird is holding a seed in its beak, and that's a symbol of the beginnings of great things to come. I have somebody, you may have noticed, they're going to hack me to death here. Or not. Alright, the final outcome card you have here is the Unknown card. So before we do that, I'm going to give this person here with me a bow. And then go back into my hiding. And they kicked me off. So you see that? I was nice to them, and you see what happened. So we'll go and we'll get that started back up. But now you understand, sometimes even when you're nice, the nice doesn't do any good. Right? Alright, so here's your Unknown card. This is your final outcome. Even Sugar Bear wants to know about this. Aren't you, you little Snoopy cat? Alright, we'll move the cards out of the way. You can make yourself comfortable. We're going to delve into this Unknown card because this deck is the only card that I know that has this. So the Crystal Vision deck includes one Unknown card, which represents an answer that's not yet meant to be revealed. Ouch, that's going to hurt. Sorry, guys. Ow. So it can signify something from the past that one may not fully understand, or something that will happen soon. Whenever the Unknown card falls within a spread, it will indicate what area still needs to unfold and what further steps. Oh, she's really loud. I'm going to have to start that all over and take the sound down. The Unknown card can also signify the importance of one looking deep into the issue at hand. In order to find answers, it can also represent the importance of moving forward with an open mind and without bias. The figure in this card beckons the querent to take a look into her crystal ball. However, the image in the ball is cloudy and unclear. With time, patience, and introspection, this picture will soon be revealed. So that's very interesting, Iceman. No one else has ever gotten that card in the time that I've read. It basically is saying you are not allowed to know yet. Oh yeah, Sugar Bear jumps in here all the time. He likes to see what's going on. And this room is now warmer in the house than the rest of the house. So yeah, he likes it. Sometimes if I turn the light on, he likes that. Let's get rid of that background music. It's really loud. Wow. Yeah, you know what? My intuition, and I don't want to say this, but the seed, when I heard about the seed planted in the bird's beak, I had a premonition in my own mind of, I'm so hesitant to say it because you're not supposed to know it yet, so I'll give you that much of a hint. And that might just be the worst thing that I ever did, but there you go. A seed was planted for something. I can't. I'm sorry. That card told me that I should not. It's the Unknown card, and it actually said it was a clue to me for me to shut my own little beak. Because whatever it is that's coming for you, there may be a time that you have to properly prepare for it. And if you knew about it in advance and you aren't there yet, I could actually do more harm than good. So, no, it's good. It's something good. It's something good that's coming for you. It's not going to be something unpleasant. But again, define good, right? What is good for one person is a horror story for another person. So, you know, that's a really hard one to say, right? What's good to most people who are neurotypical, I would hate. So if a person said that there was going to be a sudden party in my future, I would say, are you kidding me? Do I have to? So, yeah, everything is subject to... Let's put that sound back on. I hate that music. About that shot, I don't know if it bothers other people, but I find that it's like having cold water thrown right in your face whenever that shot goes off in the beginning of the game. Other people are probably good. They're probably like, what? Or turn your volume down. But when I was doing this, yeah, I guess I could have. I could have turned my headset volume down. All right, sound volume. Let's put that back up just a little bit there. All right, collecting those delivers we are. Oh, no, there's no bad scenario here. I don't think normally like other people either. Me too. And somebody says something and I'm just like, what, why, what did I do? I become so paranoid. It's like, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, man, thanks for that laugh. But yeah, that unknown card has never come up, ever. So you're the first person to get that. That's interesting. I like that. Yeah, you don't like when the deck teases you like that, but you know, sometimes, you know how the older readers, like a lot still do it. When people were gypsies, they would make it all mystical and, oh, I see into your future. Not me. I'm like, man, sometimes, you know, if I've had a little too much 420, it's just not even going to work. I have not today, so we're in a good place. But yeah, sometimes I just can't take some of the reads seriously. Oh, you're making me laugh, Ice Fat. That's awesome. So that's twice so far that I have been dumped off the game. Not too many times I was blown up. And I made it through... Didn't I? I think, yeah, I made it through a trade route. I made it through a trade route on here. But I thought that they had maybe fixed some of these the holes that are in here, but I guess not. So my predictions for Rockstar that, you know, one day we're going to be able to be multi-platform, I guess that's never going to happen. Must have been doing too much weed that day too. Sorry, can't take that back, but I'm open and honest about being 420 friendly, and luckily it is legal in this country, so I don't have to retract any of my statements except for the ones where I laugh sillily about people dying horribly in this game. Where? I hear you, but where are you? You're making a lot of noise for one little possum. If you were quiet, I could have gone past you and not had to deal with you at all. You're making me laugh still about that. I started studying it, you know, I'm one of those people that, you know, how my spectrum manifests is when I see something, I can't just do it a little bit. I have to go full bore into it. I have to learn everything there is to learn about it. I have to do it myself. I have to break it. I have to figure out how it works. And by the time I'm finished, I have such a strong feeling for what I know about it that I'm just, when people question me, inside I have this death stare happening to them. Like, if you had any idea how freaking obsessive I have been about it, you would not question whether I know what I'm saying about it. But then they kind of question it because sometimes I giggle a little bit too much. I can't help that either. That must be a carryover. I think that's like too long. All right, we had a thought of what we were going to do, and then it just sailed right out of my mind there. Don't even want to go anywhere near the naturalist. How come I haven't had the not killing any animal for 24 hours? Maybe because I was on that train and I was killing all the animals. That would do it. All right, so we have to not kill an animal. I think I have to go and hang out up in the moonshine shack and go looking. Oh, see, then if I get up there, the bears will come after me. I try, I really do. Ah! There you go. See, I wasn't even thinking, and I just did that without even thinking. So I know the way to get this, and unfortunately, it means I have to say it has been fun, guys. I've enjoyed this, but it is time for me to say, well, let me get onto the screen. My mouse has just deserted me. All right, it is time to say thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you in the next stream, and